sparse homes out there. So that's something that, this is the time why they're allowing that 5 freeway to keep moving.
What's up, folks? We got new fires, unfortunately. Let's see what's going on. Some evacuation orders in California. Show you some video in a bit.
That we've had with the red flag warning, we've already advised folks to be prepared in case they have to get out of the area. So folks that are in evacuation ordered areas, please evacuate those areas. Folks that are in the warning areas, we implore them to get their stuff ready and to go now if they feel uncomfortable in the area. We just want to make sure people are out of that area so we can do our job to fight this fire.
And you mentioned this area has endured fires in the past. Talk about the resource that the water is right there, given that Castaic Lake is right there, and firefighters can tap into that.
Yeah, the aircraft are going to be able to dip right out of Castaic Lake to grab that water, to put it on.
Did everyone get notified?
We've had, again, resources in the area from the Eaton fire, so we'll be able to tap into those as well.
Well, great. I think it sounds like a lot of effort has been put into being prepared for these wind events ever since the Palisades fire, especially.
We got
Thank you so
Castaic
much,
Lake
Nathan
and I
Judy
believe
from the
part of
Angeles
Sylmar.
National Forest, the U.S. Forest Service. We
Did you
appreciate
guys
your
hear?
time and
Did you guys
expertise
hear
in giving
what
us some
the
insight on this fire that
people
we're
talking?
looking at right now.
All right, Stu, up in Skyfox, if you can still hear us, you heard that this growth has been explosive. We know that there are now evacuation orders in effect for this area, Castaic Lake, Paradise Ranch. We have evacuation warnings, which is a level 2 set, meaning get your go bag ready for Bitter Canyon, Charlie Canyon, Green Hill, and Sloan in this area of the Hughes fire, which now appears to be 500 acres.
So you guys can hear the lady
Okay.
talking,
I
right?
don't know if Stu can hear us right now, but again, that evacuation order you were mentioning has expanded, the level 3 go. So clearly, if you're getting that warning on your phone, do not take it lightly. Please just leave the area. All right, we have Stu up in Skyfox. You can see the emergency response right there, Stu.
Yeah, you can see some of those first responders, those camp crews making their way down there. That's going to be Lake Hughes
Oh, check this
Road,
out.
and they have got a heck of a job as soon as they get to where they need to be.
We also know that when we've seen brush fires like this in the past, especially when it came to the Eaton fire and the Palisades fire, the finality of those fires.
You can see that this is burning very, very quickly, and 50 acres that quick. This is really a fast-moving fire, much like we've seen in the past.
Yeah. Stu, I'm also looking at the Watch Duty app as we just refreshed it, and it now upped it to 500 acres. Again, don't know if obviously this is still developing. So that number, we have to get confirmation
California
on that. But you
is so
can see
screwed,
how,
man.
wow, how big that fire circle is just where you are right there. Do we know how swift the winds are in that particular area?
I do not have information on the actual winds up here right now, but it does definitely seem to be pushing against it. But you know what? Any type of wind will actually bring those flames to life, even though it seems to be going against the actual fire itself. I mean, the fire wants to run up the hill, and the winds are pushing it the other direction. But any type of wind is going to fuel those flames, and that is what I'm sure the reason why this thing has just exploded the way it has. Now, these are actual firefighting aircraft that are here already starting to drop water on it. You can see them making their way past that area, and some folks at home might be like, well, why isn't he going to put that out? They're going to try to slow the progress. So they're going to be making the drops probably up over here or on the sides over here, so it doesn't spread.
Rain comes in on Saturday, supposedly.
South or east and west. But yeah, definitely a lot of bulk of fire underneath there, a lot of vegetation burning. If there is, again, another positive, the water source that is nearby is going to be Lake Hughes or near Castaic. That is very, very close by. So as far as the aircraft getting water, it's going to be a quick turnaround. But look at all that fire that is going on down
crazy,
there. And
right?
you can see how it's already spotting and just jumping from location to location. This is going to be a massive fire, and I venture to say it's going to be here till the rains come.
Oh,
well,
no.
I'm afraid of that.
3 days.
But I think you are right there. because just judging by how quickly this fire is spreading right now. And you can see like the line of fire along the ridge line, how extensive that is. When did you first hear a report of this fire breaking?
And then there's probably going to be mudslides, right? And this is right by the 5 freeway.
Out, Stu. This was not too long ago.
Not at all. I'm kind of
Right.
looking at the clock right now. I would say about 30 minutes max. You know, and we saw it from actually near downtown Los Angeles.
Wow.
When we were actually on another story, and then my pilot Jeff looked up and he said, "Yeah, there's something popping off up by Lake Castaic." And right about the same time, our desk was calling us.
It's near
saying that we
Six
need to
Flags.
start moving up
Should
this
be.
direction. So yeah, it's been about 30 minutes or so, and
Yeah.
look at the bulk of fire down there.
No
Right,
way.
And you know, and this is it's one of those things where I look at that, and you know, you can't expect any firefighting equipment to stop that. They need to get ahead of it. They need to, you know, do what they do to slow that fire. But when it's entrenched on a hillside and it's running up that hillside like that, there's very little that anybody could do to stop it. They can try to contain it. Maybe we'll start seeing some fixed wing aircraft out here shortly.
It
But
looks nasty,
this
right?
is definitely moving very, very quickly. And those bulk of fire, this is one of those things too. Probably those licks of fire that are popping up there, probably over 10
Mudslides
feet
are gonna be
high.
bad, man.
And that is all being fueled
Look
by
at
the
that.
winds.
Yeah, they're definitely saying that the rapid rate of spread is due to the wind that's blowing to the west. And you can see that with that big cloud of smoke just blowing. As you mentioned, you can't compare it to the winds that we experienced during the Palisades fire, but this is certainly
There's no winds right now outside where I'm at. Anyone here from California experiencing winds?
spreading. And crews on the ground are asking for 4 additional air tankers. They're asking for 10 helicopters. There are already 15 additional engines being requested to fight this, as well as 10 task force strike teams and hand crews. So they're certainly asking for a lot of assets to tackle this, but clearly, you know, not the scene that we want to see. Especially
No.
given through everything that we've been through.
Not at all.
See,
I mean, I
this is
can imagine.
completely on the other side of Palisade. Everybody, the actors are always talking about Palisade. Everybody, but this is like middle class people. No one gives a crap about.
If you're living in that community, which you said, Stu, is about
Sad.
14 to 15 miles away from the fire zone, and you're seeing that thick smoke in the air, so close to where you are, given what happened in the Palisades and then in Altadena with the Eaton fire, this is very triggering of a lot of trauma that a lot of people have been through over the last couple of weeks.
You know, yeah, definitely. Probably anybody in the Santa Clarita area after what
Light
we've
winds
been,
in Vegas. Let me know if
witnessing
there's
out
winds
here
in your
Los
area. I heard
Angeles,
Vegas
the
has been
Palisades fire,
windy.
the Eaton fire. I'm sure anybody down there in the Castaic area right now concerned. The only positive, again, is that you can see it's moving away from. It's moving up to the. I would venture to say that's probably even to the north of the lake. So it's heading out in that direction, and that's where the aircraft are going to be dropping a lot of their water. And you can see that
It looks out of control,
out
man.
here.
You got to be honest.
This area it's Los Angeles County, but look at all that fuel. Look at all that vegetation. They haven't had a fire out here in quite some time. So those flames have a lot of fuel
That's bad
to
what
get
we're looking
into.
at right now, man.
But again, the winds are pushing it one way. The flames want to climb up the hillside. That's actually working in the firefighters, you know, for them and not against them. But at this time right now, 10 aircraft dropping water. I think that's a generous amount. Hopefully they're going to really get on there and try to slow that movement up that hillside and then try to contain it in the other directions as
I can't,
well. But right
Tammy,
now,
there was
I
a
think,
school
like you
incident. I
said,
can't
anybody
cover
that's out in
everything.
the Santa Clarita,
This is what I
area,
saw right
they're
now.
smelling smoke. They're seeing this big,
That
huge
sounds
plume.
terrible.
I'm sure. I venture to say a lot of folks are concerned.
That sounds terrible if
But
there was
again,
a school
if they're not
incident.
saying
Another one.
evacuate, if they're
But
not
I
saying
can't.
go,
I
go,
don't.
go, right
I'm only
now,
one dude.
I'm sure you guys are safe. But this firefight,
Tommy, sorry,
for
Tommy.
a while.
There actually is an evacuation order right now in areas of the
no, thank you for
Castaic
letting me
Lake
know.
region. So yes, people might be getting the alert, and if they do, definitely go. There is an evacuation order, again, a level 3 go order around the Castaic Lake area. there's an evacuation warning, which is the level 2, get ready to go in Bitter Canyon, Charlie Canyon, Green Hill, Paradise Ranch, Sloan Ridge. So again, this is all
Yeah, there was
coming
a
from
school
Watch
incident,
City.
man.
Check out the app. There's a detailed evacuation map right there.
Folks,
If you are
hit the
getting
subscribe
alerts in
button.
that
We're almost
area
at
for either
72,000
a warning
subscribers.
or a
Hit up
watch,
there on
definitely
the top right hand.
heed the warning.
Top right hand, there's a subscribe. Hit the subscribe button right now. We're almost at 72,000. We're covering the fires. We've been doing it pretty good job, I think, for the past 2
Fire
weeks.
is
So.
spotted across Castaic Lake to the west side near Ridge Route Road and will likely impact I-5. This is all per radio traffic in that area. Stu, I mean, this whole area seems, it's obviously very hilly, but do you see any access roads for firefighters to be able to easily get up to that fire and kind of work it from the ground?
Most definitely. You have Lake Hughes Road right there. That's going to be, it's not even a fire road. That's an actual access road that's going to take you right now pretty much right up to those flames that we're seeing towards the, not the very head of the fire, but close to the head of the fire. It's just continuing to come up over those ridge lines right there. And you can just see that wall of fire as it just running up those hillsides. And all that black smoke, again, I can't say that enough. Those are not structures on the other side. Hopefully there isn't a structure or one or two. Definitely not homes burning like we saw in the Palisades area, but you can see those flames just running up those hillsides out here. And look at all that vegetation that's fuel for the fire. So as long as it's continuing up that hill, this is it's just going to keep devouring all that chaparral up here, and the flames are just going to keep moving forward and forward and forward. Now, those helicopters that we saw, you said that there's going to be 10 of them eventually. They're going to be doing a lot of the drops up in the area that we're showing you right there. You have to excuse me. I'm actually holding my cell phone to my ear and running the camera. So the movements might be a little jerky or a little odd. But right now, though, you can just see that line of fire underneath the smoke. That's kind of gives you an idea what is burning, what is fueling that huge plume of smoke that's coming up over the Newhall, Santa Clarita area. And they are definitely calling this Lake Hughes. That's the name of the fire. But
Lake Hughes fire right now
is very, very close by. And these flames just continue to bellow out here.
Yeah.
And it's a little awe-striking to see that amount of fire just running up these hillsides and how quickly it is just running out here. And again, they are LA County Fire working with Cal Fire. They're going to do their best, and it is going to be a massive attack here in moments. But right now, that fire is just pretty much running almost unchecked, and those helicopters dropping water, just trying to slow the progress of the fire.
Stu, we do have Nathan Judge from the Angeles National Forest on the phone with us. Nathan, thank you so much for your time. If you could tell us what you know so far about this Hughes fire and what the situation is.
Yeah, sure. So it's Nathan Judy with the Forest Service. So we were able to divert resources from the Eaton Fire, from the Angeles National Forest, from LA County Fire and Cal Fire to start attacking this fire. Aircraft are en route and already on scene, along with engines, hand crews, dozers, the plethora of supplies and crews that we had down here from the Eden Fire and that were pre-positioned and ready to go attack any new fires. So we are sending folks out there, still getting a handle on the amount of acreage that we have on this fire. There's been a lot of fire history in this area in the past, so you have a lot of sparse light brush that's in that area, and that's why
what
you
happened,
see the growth
Wendy?
getting so big so quickly.
So I know that we're obviously under a red flag
Good
warning.
afternoon, Trump's going to
Santa
be
Ana
here
winds have been an
on
issue
Friday.
for a couple of days now. But you are able to get aerial assets into the air to go and fight this fire. What are the conditions in that area where the fire is burning right now?
We weren't having the winds that we've had this last week. Those have pretty much died down. What it is the dry fuels out there. We have really low humidity in the area, and the fuels are really critically dry. So that's why you're seeing the explosive growth you're seeing. And it's just running up the hills where it's got advantage to, fire wants to run uphill. And that's exactly what it's doing right now.
There are several evacuation orders in place. Nathan, talk to us about the severity in terms of how close this is to the nearest structures and what impact it could have.
The structures are more down towards the freeway and down lower on the hillside. So we don't have a whole lot of stuff that I know of that are in that area burning up towards it. It's really going towards the forest right now without winds, without the
Folks, if you want me to cover Trump being in Los Angeles, please subscribe. Let me know by supporting the channel. Please subscribe. Thank you.
setting and winds pushing it down towards communities. Right now, it's going away from any community areas that have people in it, structures in it. So right now, I don't believe that any areas are impacted, but there are evacuation warnings and orders that are going out for certain areas. We're still working with our law enforcement partners on
Lake
this.
right now.
Yeah, and those evacuation orders seem to have expanded in the last, I would say, minute and a half. Right now, you're talking Castaic Lake under evacuation orders. That's a level 3 go, as well as the Paradise Ranch area. Can you tell us about the timeline of this fire? Because this seems to have kind of exploded over the last half an hour.
Yep.
Yeah, I didn't hear exactly when it went out, but with the fuels as dry as they are, and wherever it did start, it's just running back into the forest itself. Of course, we want to make sure people are aware of any evacuation orders and warnings in there. Just make sure, with these winds that we've had, with the red flag warning, we've already advised folks to be prepared in case they have to get out of the area. So folks that are in evacuation ordered areas, please evacuate those areas. Folks that are in the warning areas, we implore them to get their stuff ready and to go now if they feel uncomfortable in
This
the area.
is real bad,
make
right,
sure people
folks?
are
I
out
mean,
of that area
I'm
so
shocked.
we can do our job to fight this fire.
I'm shocked this is
And you
happening
mentioned
right
this
now.
area has endured fires in the
I'm
past.
shocked this is
Talk
happening
about
right now.
the resource that the water is right there, given that Castaic Lake is right there.
Oh,
and,
yeah, there's
and
water right
firefighters
there.
can tap into that.
Yeah, the aircraft are going to be able to dip right
Oh,
out
they
of
can?
Castaic Lake to grab that water, to put it on the fire itself. We've had, again, resources in the area from the Eaton fire, so we'll be able to tap into those as well.
Well, great. I think it sounds like a lot of effort has been put into being prepared for these wind events ever since the Palisades fire, especially. Thank you so much, Nathan Judy from the Angeles
I'm shocked
National
because this
Forest, the
looks
US
like it's
Forest
getting out of control, right?
Service.
The
We
fire-
appreciate your time and expertise in giving us some insight on this fire that we're looking at right now.
All right, Stu, up in Skyfox, if you can still hear us, you heard that this growth has been explosive. We know that there are now evacuation orders in effect for this area, Castaic Lake, Paradise Ranch. We have evacuation warnings, which is a level 2 set, meaning get your go bag ready for Bitter Canyon, Charlie Canyon, Green Hill, and Sloan in this area of the Hughes fire, which now appears to be 500 acres.
Look at that. That's where the fire's at.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if Stu can hear us right now, but again, that evacuation order you were mentioning has expanded, the level 3 go. So clearly, if you're getting that warning on your phone, do not take it lightly. Please just leave the area. All right,
Look at
we
all
have
that
Stu
area
up in
is already
Skyfox that you can
engulfed
see
in
the
fire?
emergency response right there,
Mhm.
Stu.
Yeah, you can see some of those first responders, those camp crews making their way down there. That's going to be Lake Hughes Road, and they have got a heck of a job as soon as they get to where they need to be. And you can see that they're just kind of letting this stuff go because there's very little that they can do right there. They're going to be working their way towards the front of the fire where the direction it's going to do what they can to slow those flames out there. But that is really just continuing to go. I wish I could have gotten the numbers or listened to that interview. I heard him say the names of Paradise Ranch. I was trying to find that location up here, but it's not coming up on any of our maps that's anywhere nearby this location. But you can clearly see how it's continuing to run out here. All that thick black smoke, I can't stress that enough. Those are not homes burning out here. That's just going to be this type of vegetation that you're seeing on the hillside.
Yeah, but that's
Lake
going to
Hughes
cause
Road
so
right
much
there, I would venture to see we're going to see some of
stress
those
to
camp crews
people's
making their
lungs.
way probably around here shortly. They are trained professionals. They can drive in through these type of areas. They know what they're doing. But these flames continuing to run out here. I could venture to say the acreage is just going to kind of keep jumping up and up and up as we continue to watch this thing burn. That huge plume of smoke seen from the valley I can tell you we saw
What
it from
started
South
this?
Los
Probably
Angeles, and
natural
that was probably
causes.
more than almost 45 minutes ago. So I could say that anybody that looks up to the north or out towards Santa
I mean, there
Clarita, you're
needs to
going to
be an
see this
investigation.
over the hillside, and this is what is burning. It is very close to that Lake Hughes, and that's
Folks,
going
let
to
me
be a
know what
great
country,
thing
city, or
for the
state you are watching
firefighters
from in
and
the
the
comments, please.
helicopters. Now you got to think about this as well as logistics. You know, these flames are going to make their way along these hillsides. You can actually see some of them right now making their way over towards the lake, but that's going to be a natural fire break for most of that fire as it makes its way in that general direction, which is going to be eastbound technically. So those flames are going to make their way to that lake. It's just going to stop right there. But as the stuff that's moving up this way, that's going to be the big concern. Now we might get lucky. There might be an area out here where there's a natural break, and it does seem like the winds really could be helping, and believe it or not, by kind of slowing the roll as it would be, as it makes its way, as it comes up and it crests a lot of these hillsides, it's going to have to go a lot slower as it's going to make its way down the other side. Now, the firefighters, they take advantage of this. They know that's going to be happening. Skyfox, we're making a turn again, coming back. But this is what they're going to be doing, is they're going to look for these spots where it crests those hillsides, and that's where it's going to slow down. And then, of course, that's where they're going to try to hit it with the water. I'm not giving, I'm not, it's basically, that is just how we've been watching them fight these fires. But you can see that is still very active out here, huge plume of smoke. And again, this just popping up literally within minutes. And it just shows you once again how Southern California, we are always in fire weather. We are always on fire alert. And it is very dry. It is very
Yeah,
tender
so defund the
out here.
fire
But
department.
again,
That's what
the
you do.
temperatures are down. The winds are less. We still have
California is always on fire alert, so you defund the fire department.
red flag event.
So,
So
whatever.
that's
Thank you
definitely
for coming
not
on in
helping
here.
the situation. But again, with all the resources that they're throwing out here, there's one of one of the LA County ships. Hopefully, they can at least slow the advance and then take advantage of how with the fire behavior, and hopefully they'll get this at least slowed down before it gets to any structures heading out
This is a
towards
completely new area
and that general area.
Yeah, it's kind of a tug of war right now because on one hand you have that wind that seems to be pushing or slowing the roll, as you say, preventing that fire from going over the ridge crest and going up the hill. But on the other hand, you have all this fresh vegetation, this fresh dry vegetation that it's just eating through right now, which is probably partially why this fire has grown so substantially in just a matter of about 30 minutes. And we did see a number of emergency crews from the ground. Yes, we do have also aerial assets in there. Thankfully, the wind isn't so strong as to prevent aerial assets from attacking this fire from the air.
I heard the pause. I'm not sure if that was for us. I heard you saying that they're definitely hitting this from the air and on the ground as well. We saw those camp crews and those men and women in those little trucks. It is amazing how they can get out there and basically just cut line, just slow the fire from making the progression and keep it from spreading out towards. I'm looking at the map right there. I just want to be accurate. So the way we're looking at technically north is going to be like out this direction right here. So it is going in the northward direction, but technically I believe it's actually moving like a northeasterly up into that canyon area, into the forest out here. Lake Hughes Road is in that general area. There's a lot of canyons out here as well. As far as the backside of it goes, those embers, every time I'm moving the camera around, I'm looking out the window because we've seen that so many times in the past. All that header, all that smoke right there, if it starts dropping embers down into these neighborhoods right here, that could be that is going to change the game completely. So I'm keeping an eye out, making sure that we don't see any hot spots.
Okay, I'm getting reports that Castaic High School has been released and evacuated. No other schools are being getting warnings at the moment, and that all the schools in that area are closely monitoring the situation.
Over there, I'm going to bring up the other map here real quick and give you an idea where that portion is, because you were talking about the 5 freeway. So the 5 freeway definitely going to be covered by smoke right now, but and this is going to be on the other side of the 5 freeway, that neighborhood out there, and
This is
that's
big.
one of the spots where
This is big,
the
folks.
header, the smoke is blowing in
There's
that
no
general
wind out
direction.
there either.
Keeping an eye on it, making sure
This
we
is
don't see any of
California.
those hot spots
Castaic
pop
Lake.
up, the embers, and have any of those problems that we've
Francisquito
seen
Canyon
so
near
often with these
Magic Mountain.
vegetation fires in the past couple of weeks. But right now, it does actually seem, I'm actually going to say this out loud, seems like the fire is slowing down a little bit, because it's cresting a lot of these hillsides right here. And then, of course, with all those helicopters dropping water, I think that is going to be very, very beneficial for that whole firefight. Yeah, the super
There they go,
scoopers
super
are here.
scoopers
So
now.
they're definitely working with their aerial assets, and this is really great to see. The winds
Super
not that
scoopers,
dangerous,
guys.
not that high. So
You guys see those? Dope, huh? If you love super scoopers, subscribe. 72,000 subscribers almost here, folks.
super scoopers are up here, and also the helicopters. So that is great, and we're going to see the big difference. And I'm just going to be, because we're actually moving. Let me swing the camera really around out here. I've got 2 of the big planes out here. There's one in the distance and one right here, and they are circling, waiting for the fire attack. That's basically a mobile tower for these guys.
Wow,
To
look at
basically
that.
say, hey, you can come in, you can start doing drops, and of course they.
I see new people here. About 40% of you are not subscribed. Make sure you're subscribed to Nerd Report, and then introduce yourself in the comments.
Got this one, and then there's another one. I just don't want to lose one for the other. There's another one right over here, but I think I'm going to get Skyfox in the shot, and I think that's the one that's going to do the first drop. But look at how quickly they get out here. Look at how quickly they're making their way, and so this is these are like the heroes. This is like the cavalry coming in, and they're going to start dropping the Phosgene, that flame retardant. But they have to wait for air attack to basically tell them, hey, you're safe to come in, because the fixed wing can't come into that area when the helicopters are out there. So that's what we're waiting on right now. But they are here, they're ready. And, you know, again, another positive is their base is relatively close by. It's going to be Fox Field. So their turnaround time is going to be a lot better as well.
And it's great to see that lake just brimming with water right there. Their resources, what they need to tackle that fire is all right there, as we heard from the Forest Service. And again, we should have mentioned that the evacuation orders do extend from Lake Hughes Road to Templin Highway at this point. But let's bring in Samata, who could tell us a little bit about the winds we're seeing and
the fire, which would be right now.
Let me pull up the map. Refresh this right here. So Hughes fire. Evacuation orders are right here. Evacuation warnings.
Now it's just impossible for us to get to at this moment. When those aerial assets come back, meaning the fixed wings, they make their way back over here, I would venture to say they're going to start, again, doing that same thing. They want to create that line right there. Now, Lake Hughes Road, natural fire break for some of these flames, but I was just taking a peek at that, and it does look like it just kind of jumped over the road right there in a couple of spots. Yeah, that right there, it's way off in the distance, but let's see if we can do some miracle work. That is actually a dozer from LA County, and we've seen how effective they are. They get out there, they cut line. Basically, they take that huge dozer and they just plow through the vegetation, and they create fire breaks. And that is also part of your containment numbers, which we're not even starting to talk about. But that dozer is there and ready. And again, people might be saying, well, why isn't he? Look, they work on a regimented situation. They don't work on knee jerk. They have a reason for people being there,
They don't
and
work
they're
on
waiting for
people.
their assignments. And they, as soon as they get it, that dozer is going to be out there working. I can guarantee it to you. I can tell you. I just looked out the window. I'm trying to find it with the camera. I just saw the air attack making its way back out here. So they are back. He's back. So he's going to be doing a perimeter search. Basically, he's just going to be flying this area. He's going to be the one that picks and chooses where they're going to drop the FOS check. So that's basically a mobile tower. That aircraft is giving the instructions to the fixed wing, tells them where to drop their FOS check, and they work with him and they coordinate, and then he basically leads them in. I haven't seen this aircraft do it, but in the past, a lot of them, they'll actually drop a white line of smoke out of the back of the plane, so that the following one, the one that drops the FOS check, knows, okay, this is where I hit the button, and we'd start that line or do the drop. But he's definitely doing what we're doing from a distance. He's just kind of surveying this area, saying, all right, is the FOS check working? Are we getting the effects that we want? Are we got to double it up? How are we going to keep attacking this? But very, very active, and there's a lot going on down there. And again, the helicopters, they didn't leave. I'm pretty sure they're just on the other side of the smoke, dropping water on
Castaic Lake
hotspots
fire,
and
guys.
keeping an eye on
Yeah.
it. Embers, that's my biggest concern right now. We haven't heard about any structures burning. Hopefully, we're going to keep it that way. But again, this is a very fast-moving fire.
Fires are really far away from me, but
area.
the fire.
And again, moving to the
You got to
north,
remember, these fires are not like you
northeast.
think, folks. Like LA, when they say LA County, it is massive. Like it's so they say LA County is like fire burning LA County. And let's say I'm in LA or you're in LA, it could be 50 miles away from me. But the problem is that these fires are jumping everywhere. They're like little sections, right? That become big.
A lot of that black smoke, but again, very active fight out here. And believe me, resources, they're still getting out here and getting their assignments.
That's right, and there are a number of evacuation orders, level 3 go, so just as a precaution for many of these areas. And in fact, there are also some animal shelters that have been open and available for anyone who may have animals.
That's
You can
sad,
go
man.
to
That must be so
basically, if you have a
stressing.
small animal, the animal shelter in Palmdale, they're taking and accepting pets. And if you have small or larger animals, you can go to the animal shelter in Lancaster. So Palmdale or Lancaster, welcoming in those pets. If you do have to leave your home now or maybe in the future and you're planning to go, make sure you check those warnings that you're getting on the phone and heed them if necessary. But as everyone's been mentioning so far, it does look like the smoke and the flames are going away from the real populated areas and a lot of these structures that perhaps are in threat. But right now, going the opposite direction, where the vegetation is right now, is where those flames are attracted to. And the winds, of course, are not the same situation as we saw 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago.
Check this out. Check this out, folks.
You could give us the very latest on the weather out
all
there.
Of a sudden, really quick, I want to update on new closures. A new closure in today, this is I-5 northbound at Parker Road off-ramp and I-5 northbound at Lake Hughes Road off-ramp. Those are going to be shut down. Yes, Samada, I mean, you can give us a better sense of what the wind is like in that area and some of the weather conditions out there.
Look at how fast the fire's going.
We have been clocking in wind speeds right around 15 to 20 plus miles an hour, but it's those strong bursts of gusts that
look at how
continues to be
small
a
the
big
car
concern.
is.
Where
Oh my God.
right now, if you can pull up my
look at how small
iPad,
the car
we
is.
are tracking those winds very, very carefully. We're picking up wind speeds,
holy cow, look at that.
in and around the Hughes fire zone, right around 35 miles an hour.
Did you see how fast the fire was going?
Lake. And in some spots near there, also now pushing up to 42 miles an hour. We have been advertising this all morning, right, Jen, Sandra, the fact that we are under red flag conditions. High wind warnings will eventually take effect right around 2 p.m. this afternoon, and that will linger into tomorrow night, which unfortunately winds are expected to increase in strength, hence the high wind warnings for the Castaic Lake area and surrounding zones.
Yeah, it lit up fast.
We have a tough firefight ahead, and hence the aerial assets are
Look at
doing their
how small the
best to
cars
try to
look.
get the best
This looks
handle
understaffed,
as they
bro.
can
This looks
on the
understaffed to you?
conditions that are more favorable.
What do you think?
But as we push into the later half of the day, it's going to be a tough firefight. And not only are we dealing with the winds, a wind-driven fire, but there's so much vegetation in the area. It's also a fuel-driven fire. As Stu pointed out, the chaparral, the grass, and the brush are all fuel for this fire. And we haven't seen any rain. I know rain is on the way. We have also been forecasting that, but that's not set to arrive until this weekend. And it's beneficial rain, but we do have another day and a half or so to be dealing with these fire conditions.
We pay the highest taxes in California.
Where's three elements that keeps this.
But as soon as they get out here, their drops are going to be.
Folks, look at this. Wow. By the way, I saw new people subscribe to the channel. If you are a new subscriber right now, introduce yourself in the comments.
Out in another direction. They don't want to see that at all. I'm looking out the window. I see a United plane flying really, really low right by us. That was pretty amazing to see. There he goes. I wonder what that is all about. Anyways, the fire itself continues to burn out here. The Lake Hughes fire. That black smoke, don't panic. That is, or I would venture to say, not going to be any kind of structures. Those are going to be that heavy in oil chaparral. That's natural oils. That's in those plants. That's what's creating that black smoke, but it also carries those embers. That's going to be the worry. I'm going to do a pan. I have a feeling, hopefully Jeff can move with me, but just going to do a pan to show just the wind directions and the smoke as we're panning along. As we keep going, through that light right there, that's going to be out towards Simi Valley. So that's as far as that smoke has gone, and is actually kind of whipped back around and made its way over Oat Mountain. The wispy parts that I'm showing you right there, that's going to be Oat Mountain. If you don't know where Oat Mountain is, just think Magic Mountain is over here in this area, and that's the valley. That's going to be the San Fernando Valley. So this, as far as the smoke goes and in the air and how far you can see it, this thing is huge. 3,400 acres of ash in the air. That is a lot of ash to get around. And with these winds, it's just moving it around. And again, embers, biggest concern. The whole time we've been here, we've been taking peeks and making sure we're not seeing any hot spots in any of those neighborhoods. Lake Hughes area, definitely scary. But as far as that firefight goes, aerial resources, look at the difference. Earlier on when we got here, this is where it all was. This is where the direction it was moving, and they really kind of hit the head of that fire hard, and that really kind of slowed it down. So we're seeing this area right here. This is just fuel that is inside the burn area. That's the technical term for it.
Don't worry about
Lake Hughes Road, if the winds do not pick up, there's nothing that could change. Lake Hughes Road is actually going to be a portion, or going to be a part of the fire break. That's going to be a spot where it's naturally just going to burn up to that roadway.
I think people that
and
aren't
it's going to
even
be
near
a spot where the ground crews could basically make a stand and say, well, this is like, we're going to keep it in this area right here, can burn this part just so long as it doesn't get to this part. That's the biggest concern. But very active firefight indeed, and the LA County fire and all the resources that are out here, they're earning their pay this fire season. And you got to think about it. We always say it. It's always fire season in Los Angeles or in LA County.
Yeah, it's always fire
January,
season.
for gosh sakes. And look at what we're dealing with.
That's right. And it's also the driest start to a wet season since they started keeping records, right? Samana, back in the 1800s. I want to update you now really quickly on a number of schools that are being impacted by this in the area. We have
if we got to go.
Yes. Yeah. I know you have to go. Oh, and this is Citizen App video that you're looking at right now, showing what the fire looks like from the ground. Look at that
my God, look at that.
Of smoke. This can be seen for miles. I want to update you quickly on some schools that are being impacted by this, if I could. So DeSoro, Del Valle Elementary School, and West Creek Academy. So parents are being encouraged to pick their kids up. These are not schools that are being evacuated, but parents are being encouraged to pick their kids up there. All Valencia schools, however, are being evacuated. Castaic High School was evacuated. Kids are being taken to other schools in the district. And then North Lake Hills Elementary School has been evacuated. Kids there have been moved to Castaic Aquatic Center.
And you could see why. Obviously, people want to be prepared and take precautions because of the smoke in the air. It's around lunchtime for a lot of students. They don't want to be breathing in all of that thick smoke and ash, as Stu was showing us how far that smoke has traveled. So out of abundance of caution for those Valencia schools you mentioned, Jen, that is why they're urging parents to pick up their student. There's no threat in the area. It's not a mandatory evacuation order, but it's just that they're urging parents to come get your child because the air quality is probably changing in that area.
As we get a close-up shot from Skyfox there of this fire, the problem in this area, Samada, and you can attest to this, fresh vegetation.
Lots of fresh vegetation, and those dry fuels continue to help this fire grow and rapidly spread, and you get a burst of winds. It can carry those embers, as we've talked about.
Look at that math.
Look, it's always fire season in Los Angeles or LA.
Video that you're looking at right now showing what the fire looks like.
Look at that. Nothing to see here. Move along. Look at that. Look at how big that is. I'm working on getting some exclusive footage right now, guys. So subscribe to the channel. I'm trying to get footage from over there right now.
From the ground, look at that massive plume of smoke. This can be seen for miles. I want to update you quickly on some schools that are being impacted by this, if I could. So Tesoro Del Valle Elementary School and West Creek Academy. So parents are being encouraged to pick their kids up. These are not schools that are being evacuated, but parents are being encouraged to pick their kids up there. All Valencia schools, however, are being evacuated. Castaic High School was evacuated. Kids are being taken to other schools in the district, and then North Lake Hills Elementary School has been evacuated. Kids there have been moved to Castaic Aquatic Center.
And you could see why. Obviously, people want to be prepared and take precautions because of the smoke in the air. It's around lunchtime for a lot of students. They don't want to be breathing in all of that thick smoke and ash, as Stu was showing us how far that smoke has traveled. So out of abundance of caution for those Valencia schools you mentioned, Jen, that is why they're urging parents to pick up their student. There's no threat in the area. It's not a mandatory evacuation order,
but, did you see that
but
fire?
it's just that they're urging parents to come get your child because the air quality is probably changing in that area.
As we get a close-up shot from Skyfox there of this fire.
Oh my God,
the problem in this area, Samada, and you can attest to this, fresh vegetation.
Lots of fresh vegetation, and those dry fuels continue to help this fire grow and rapidly spread, and you get a burst of winds. It can carry those embers, as we've talked over and over, miles downwind, creating new spot fires. And when we're dealing with wind speeds, a range of 15, wind velocities could even touch to 30 plus miles an hour, that can send an ember, miles down and become a separate fire in itself, and creating more issues for those firefighters. It's also not just fuel driven, but as we get into the later part of the afternoon, I hate to say it, ladies, but we are anticipating winds to get even stronger. High wind warnings will be in place across Santa Clarita.
Look at this.
That is not what these firefighters need right now. I want to show you some video right now. This is just in from our Fox 11 employee, Robert. This is live video from Roberts from his home. If we could take a look there in the neighborhood, what that looks like from some of the homes that are in that area. Can you imagine? I mean, we know that we've been under these red flag warnings. We saw what happened in the Palisades and the Eaton fire in Altadena, and then seeing that giant.
This is live footage. This looks worse than last time, man. Look at this. Via Citizens app. How crazy is that? I didn't see footage like this during the LA fires. Well, the ones in Palisade. Like that near homes. See, these are middle class to lower class homes, income homes.
Yeah, 500 acres. Yeah. It's spreading bad. Yeah.
This is near Castaic Lake.
I got. Okay. Oh, this. It's bad. Hey, Paul, can't work like this.
Does that look scary or what? I got more.
Are you feeling okay? I can see it. I had a bad accident.
This is crazy. I didn't think they were going to get this bad.
Man, we're gonna fucking get traffic for lunch. Get out? All right, well, say no more.
Keep an eye on this.
California is screwed, man. You know how expensive it's going to be to work, to live here now?
Oh, sorry, man. Yeah, it's 500 acres already.
Which way is the wind blowing?
It looks like it's blowing towards them.
Is it on the east side of the lake? Okay.
You'd be more expensive, yeah.
Damn, it looks so much worse than it did fucking 20 minutes ago.
Yeah,
no, it's getting
look
worse. It's getting worse.
I like ran in my house and I had hip surgery 4 months ago. I don't even literally didn't even.
All right.
You guys have an early day now. They're making you leave. Fight it.
This is nuts, man. Here they come. The heroes are coming.
Oh shit! He got.
Look at how
got worse.
Yeah.
It's getting black.
Sir.
Yo, we gotta evacuate.
Yeah, they're evacuating as we're looking at these guys live. They're evacuating right now, folks.
No, we do. Look at the smoke. It's already covering us.
Yeah, get the F out of there, bro. Look.
It's already covering us. We gotta go. Nice. It's getting worse. I went like, I gotta show the people, man.
Folks, does this look worse than the Palisade? It does, because this is more residential. Palisade had more. It was the they had the ocean right there, right? This area is actually drier. Castaic area. Welcome to all the new subs. Make sure to introduce yourself in the comments. New subs, make sure to subscribe and introduce yourself in the comments. Thank you. Yeah, it's hot and dry in that area. This area is like really, really deserty. very extreme weather there. Wow, man. New fires are breaking out near Castaic. Holy cow, bro. Look at this. Look at this. Guy's trying to save his house with a water hose. That guy better leave, man. Look at this guy. Look at him. I feel bad. Look at this guy. He must be panicking, man. He's with his poor water hose trying to water down the area around his house, so it's trying to save it. I can't believe this because I thought I didn't think this was going to happen again. Like, I gotta be honest with you. Who would want to? Does this make you want to live in California now, folks? Who would want to live here now? Who would want to live here now? Like, seriously. $7 gas, taxed up the ass. Who wants to live in California now, folks? It's half off. Everything is half off now. Would you even pay half? Look at this. Look at how small. You can see the scope here, how small the trucks look. The wind's picking up too. What's up, Jennifer Marie? Look at, you can see these are big trucks. Look at how big the fires look compared to it. These are not rich neighborhoods, folks. These are not rich neighborhoods. Los Angeles, the size of Connecticut. Yeah, we everyone can leave so the prices go down. Yeah, but look, let's say a house is $1 million, right? Let's say a house is $1 million. All right. And then let's say, let's say a house is $1 million and it goes down to 200,000. But in a year, you're gonna have one of these. People aren't gonna buy it. Would you? They're gonna have 3-for-1s. By the way, I'm still in California, and I'm a poor boy. So if you want to support the channel, you could super chat. You could send a super sticker, be a member, buy memberships, or you could do something that's free and helps out, which is subscribe. Get us to 72,000 subscribers right now, folks. Get us to 72,000 subscribers. Button on the top right-hand corner. Hit it. We could have done it today. We could have gotten to 100,000. There's 20,000 people just watched. You got to subscribe. Don't be lazy. Hook up the little guy. If everyone leaves, supply goes up and price goes down. So yeah, sounds like a plan to me. That's logical economics, but nothing is logical anymore. All right? Yeah, double tap the screen, Trisha says. Ugh. The regular citizens informing the rest of the world what's going on over there. Oh, yes, Catherine. Kathy. Kathy, thanks.
Not good for this fire.
Kathy GR Joe. Did I get your name right? I'm sorry if I didn't. You're new to the channel, right? I haven't seen you. I apologize if you're not. Thank you for that support. Hearts for you in the comments. Kathy GR, thank you for that super sticker supporting the channel. Thank you so much for that. Really, really appreciate it. Really, really appreciate it. Let's put some hearts in the chat for her or him. Thank you and welcome. We're watching the fires rise out of the Castaic Lake area. Huge fires. Castaic Lake area of Los Angeles County. Mandatory evacuations. Residents under mandatory evacuations in northern Los Angeles County in first significant wildfire outbreaks since fatal fires. What? So these are, holy shit, these are big. These are big. And they're right near factories. That's right, Heather, whatever. United we stand. Jeb says, what is it? Jed says, I don't know why anyone, I don't know why if anyone left, they would, with a logical sense of mind, want to come back to California. Exactly. Hey, Kathy, thank you for that. Thanks for being a new member, a new subscriber here. Nice. Thank you for the support again. Hearts for you. I appreciate you as well. I'm moving to Texas. No. What city should I move to, folks? You recommend in the comments. Deanna, thank you. Deanna Miller, thanks for the super sticker. Supporting the channel, supporting small independent content creators is the way to go, folks. Thank you so much for that, for sponsoring today's live feed. You could super chat. You could send in a super sticker. Super sticker if you don't want to say anything. That's cool. Become a member, gift memberships, Cash App, PayPal. Those are some ways. The way I really, really want you to do a lot also is subscribe right now. Or you could be like Judy. Did I ever get a car? Yes, I did get a car. I did. Judy, right? I have to. I'm in California. I had to. My bike wasn't going anywhere. But anyways, listen, hearts for Judy. Hearts for Deanna. Hearts for Kathy. All the supporters. Thanks for the support. Okay, let's see what else is going on here. Okay. Oh, no music, please. Let's go to the next one. Music is just. Oh my gosh, look at that. That's insane. Look at the winds are real bad there too. Look at that. You hear the wind? Could you guys hear that? All right, thanks for that super chat, Crazy Horse. Let me see what you're saying though. Newscomb, this is his words, not mine. Newscomb said, and Giddy when he said rebuilding for LA 2.0, smart city 2028. Remember that the Browns, Newsoms, Pelosi, Gettys all intertwined. Inter what? So they're all in cahoots. Crazy Horse. Listen. By the way, thanks for that super chat. We know they all are in cahoots, right? Hearts for you, man. Where's the fire in relation to me? Like literally 50 miles away. No, well, I would say like 30 miles away. These fires are in the Castaic Lake area. Now, folks, could you remind me what's a smart city though? What's a smart city? What does that mean? Because Crazy Horse said something about Newsom wants to rebuild LA 2.0, smart city 2028. What does that mean? Like I've been hearing that around for a while. Cinema Shogun did a video about smart cities. I'll check it out. I like Cinema Shogun a lot. He's the good content creator, man. He deserves more. No offense, but this is depressing. Cali was my home. Hey, I'm still here. How do you think I feel? Judy, or no, who was it? SW 4x4. Yeah, I mean.
Ok, entonces Marco me llamó porque les mandé video, me dijeron que si podía tomarte la cámara en vivo, güey. Que ya venías para acá, güey. Entonces, les voy a mandar video con la cámara.
Wildfire is outbreaking in Santa Clarita. I'm seeing more pictures. This looks out of control. They're saying it's not out of control. I don't know. But again, I'm not an expert. Thank you for the hug. I do. I am. Thanks, Judy. Saying I need a lot of hugs. Actually, you all help me a lot because I have. I talk to you guys as friends, right? And sometimes I do have posts I do that are news, like kind of like how would I say, reporting as a reporter. As a news anchor, I'll make posts like that, or we'll do a live stream like that. But I don't know if you noticed, a lot of my live streams are more of a conversation with you all, with a little bit, breaking the news and having my commentary, but because I want to keep you all involved. Do you guys like that, to be involved in it? So I feel like you all are part of me, part of this. So is that cool with you guys?
Go that way, the good thing.
In other words, I like speaking with you, not talking at you. And if that's what you love, you should be subbed. Right, Kim Sparkle? Yeah, Jennifer knows it. Because I could get on here. A fire has just broken out in Santa Clarita. Many schools are being evacuated, including this such and that high school. We are now on location with reporter Jennifer Marie talking about the fires. And then people have questions, comments, Yes. Elena loves conversation. This is Santa Clarita, Castaic Lake area. Yeah, rather than performing, you like this format more than performing. You love my reporting voice? Good afternoon, everyone. This is Nerd Report. We are reporting from Santa Clarita as fires have started. Yeah, I could do it if I have a script. All right, let's see. Holy shit, look at this. Look at how big that looks. Thank you, Judy. How is that under control? Your aunt lives there? Daisy, call her. Daisy, call your aunt, please. And then let me know if she's okay. Look at this. Wow. They're driving right into it. It is scary. Daisy, by the way, thoughts and prayers for Daisy, the Las Vegas Pisces, because she has family in this area, and hopefully they're okay. All right.
I cannot do better than that. The fire is huge, but we are lucky to have a lake to the right. So that lake from the right is gonna help us, sting it faster, but it's really big. As you can see, it's very dry. We're here by Valencia, by Santa Clarita, by Six Flags, and the fire is huge.
Santa Clarita by Six Flags.
Ya hay muchos fire rescue, pero no entiendo por qué están yendo hacia el otro. We're here by Valencia, by Santa Clarita, by Six Flags, and the fire is huge. El fuego está. Ya hay muchos fire rescue, pero no entiendo por qué están yendo hacia el otro lado. No, I'm not getting it. Maybe it's another fire on the. Oh, you know what? They're going on the other side because that means it's blocked going this way. So they gotta go on the other side through the mountains. But we can see it's huge. Es grandísimo. Pero estamos afortunados de que tenemos un lago al lado que se llama Castaic Lake. Castaic Lake es un lago grandísimo de agua dulce y podemos utilizar mucho de esas, el agua para poder extinguirlo. Pueden verlo, qué grande es. Wow, súper grande. La contaminación va a ser increíble aquí, el aire va a estar muy malo, hay mucha brisa, o sea, quiere decir que esto va a ser difícil apagar.
All right, folks, once again, we are reacting to these fires here. Let me see what else we got. Some more shit's breaking is happening, man. Look at this. This is Palmdale right here. So Palmdale is around here. Santa Clarita is right here. And all these red spots are the fires. And then the lady that was talking, she's right here. And that area is very windy. Here it is. Here's the main area. Look at this.
Palisades fire. and having to pack my own to-go bag. You think of all the things that just aren't going to make it in the car. They're just not going to, there's not enough room for everything. And if you're really rushed, there's only so much time. And you think about afterwards, I forgot this, and this.
Right. The big important thing too from insurance company and experts is also to take video of the items in your home. Just go through your home room by room and just record what you have. But we do want to bring in Matthew. You're stuck in traffic, which is not something that is ideal at this point. Tell us where you are.
Yeah, it's in Santa Clarita, Castaic Lake area. That's where the fire is at.
Matthew, can you hear us? All right, well, we're looking at his shot of him stuck in traffic, as you can see right there. And he was telling us that in both directions of the 5, there's a lot of traffic. And that's exactly what deputies were telling us. If you have an evacuation order, listen to it immediately, because otherwise, if you wait, they'll have to help rescue you, which they don't want to do. You're taking away from their duties, but also you're going to get stuck in even more traffic than this. So that's why they say if you get a warning, listen to the warning so you could get out of town before you're stuck in this type of traffic. The key thing here is to make way for first responders, get out of their path. If they're trying to get through, they desperately need to get to their locations. So certainly you're seeing the bumper to bumper traffic right there. And this is the main corridor for a lot of transportation. You see the big rigs traveling to Gorman, back and forth through this thoroughfare. So already there's a lot of commerce and traffic taking place through Castaic. And certainly this is not what we want to see in a situation like this. I don't know if we have Matthew on the phone at this point, if he's connected, but clearly what happens again, Christine, and you know that communication becomes a problem, right? Because you're talking about power issues and resources being used to fight the fire and signal troubles like this. We were talking over black video in certain cases. That's because as more and more congestion happens, as more people are using these resources, sometimes the signal is spotty and it's hard to communicate. So that's, again, another reason why officials are urging people, if you do have an order or a warning, to make sure you listen to it so you could get out of town, get to safety, and not have to deal with these communication problems.
Yeah, because it's you and everybody else trying to get out of town. All right, let's get some updated information from the Angeles National Forest. We have the Fire Information Officer, Diana Dieris, joining us. Thank you so much for being with us. Yet another fire here in Southern California. What is your concern with the area that you deal with?
Well, I just want to also point out we do have a lot of firefighters on the scene with both Angeles National Forest and Los Angeles County that were in unified command on this fire. And obviously our firefighters are all working very hard to put this fire out as soon as possible.
So the area that the National Forest covers is what? I don't know if you have specific boundaries that are of your specific concern.
Obviously, anything within our Angeles National Forest is concerned, but we have great concern for all of our communities in and throughout what we call the wildland-urban interface, which is where the wildland meets our communities.
So what are you seeing with this fire?
You know, currently right now, obviously it's a fast-moving fire. I've heard a little bit about what you've been describing here on your show already. Talking a little bit more about, you know, some of the different factors that are engaged with how fast this fire is moving. It is very, very, very dry out there. Obviously, winds make fire more challenging as well as topography and other things as well. So those are definitely factors that our firefighters are all working with at this time.
So the big concern is obviously the I-5 corridor, which is a main, hopefully, border, right, a natural barrier, but we don't want the flames to hop that. And then Castaic Lake on the other side, hopefully acting again as a natural barrier as well. But it does look like the flames, Dana, are going the other direction at this point. And then because of the aerial attacks, all the assets that you have provided as well, that they're really getting kind of ahead of a forward progress. Would that be fair to say?
Exactly.
I don't
when they
have
ask you to evacuate, do they tell you where to go? No.
scene right now.
You go right into the fire.
Yeah, it is
This is
disconcerting because we are looking at wide open flames
Look
right
at it.
there and a billowing cloud of smoke, both black and white, consuming communities over there and certainly triggering, you know, the scare among so many people who have witnessed the Palisades and the Eaton fire and now this. We do appreciate your time and expertise and the information you've provided for us, and we do hope your crews remain safe as you continue to fight this fire.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And correcting, I got the name wrong. It's Dana Dieris. Thank you so much from Angeles National Forest. Right now, we take you back there on the ground to where our videographer, Justin O'Brien, has been on the scene at a home. And Justin, so great to see firefighters now there at that home.
It is, Master Dude.
Well, actually, Christine, the interesting about this is these are private firefighters. They've been hired by an insurance company to come out and hose down this house. I actually have the homeowner over here, Matt.
Their own hands.
Could you, Matt, mind just telling us all about what's happening here with this firefighters?
So, I mean, obviously there's a fire very close to my house. I'm working on packing up all my stuff to get out of here, and some folks showed up from my insurance company, apparently USAA. My wife's working to verify that with them right now, but they're gel coating my house to help protect it from the fire in case,
this
it
is
gets
preemptive.
close.
That doesn't sound like a bad deal.
If it's for real, no, I was not expecting
for real.
anybody to show up, but yeah.
He thinks they're not
What's
there.
your plan? You going to stay for a while, leave?
So I tried to get home. I heard there was a fire. I work at a local college, so I left right away to come home and get some personal belongings and my dogs. My street was blocked off, so I parked my car and ran up the hill to my house. A close friend of mine who is a retired firefighter called me and said he could get to me, so I grabbed what I could from the house. We packed it in his truck. Right now, I feel pretty safe with my friend who's a firefighter that's here. If we need to get out, we're going to get out.
He doesn't trust that those guys are part of the insurance company.
You've had to go deal with, is it?
A few years ago, we got evacuated. The fire wasn't as bad as this one looks. So, yeah.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
So, and what's your feeling now looking out here? The smoke, we saw an ember or a spot fire jump there just over the hill there near the water. Are you feeling good, or you're not really worried? You're concerned still?
No, I'm still concerned. I mean, we can see active flames up on the hills over here, so there's true concern. Like I haven't been this nervous about a fire ever.
Right.
Oh,
And
man.
is in the back of your mind the recent fires in?
Yeah, the Palisades in Altadena, Pasadena. I used to work out in Pasadena and know several people that lost their homes and had to be evacuated. So, I mean, it's scary, especially with the winds and how dry everything is out here now. So, yeah.
All right, thanks for talking to us, Matt. And Christine and Sandra just talking about the wind, just feeling it picking up a little bit here. So
Winds are coming in strong. Look at that.
It's
That's
gusty,
strong
or whether
wind.
the fire is generating those winds as we know they do.
Yeah, certainly changing in terms of watching your picture, the video that you're showing us. It's darker than before, more ominous, more smoky.
Here we go again,
certainly
folks.
not
This is just
a
like
situation
last
that
time.
residents want to deal with, but interesting that these private firefighters are coming sent by his insurance company to protect or preventively protect.
Yeah, but he's not
this home.
believing it.
That is fascinating to me. As the homeowner there talked about, they're gel coating his home.
They should do that to the house next door too, right?
So they must think this home is in enough of a danger zone that there could be a problem if they are there already. I wonder how many customers they have in that neighborhood, how many homes they're able to do, and how maddening if you're the neighbor right next door and you're watching this protection for your neighbor, but not getting it for yourself. How scary that must be. I also feel for that homeowner who said, you know, they've been on edge and he's very fearful of this fire, because I think we're all on edge. I had friends today talking about getting this alert on the Castaic fire, yet they live in the city of LA.
This looks bad,
and they
man.
live very far away. It just kind of gets your nerves going all over again when you get an alert, even though you're nowhere near the fire.
Sure, I think this is all triggering. Watching this, I know so many families from all types of communities, even in Orange County, just watching this coverage for days, given the fact that they're so concerned about residents and community members in Palisades and Altadena, and now to watch this as you turn on your television right now. And we do thank you for joining us in our continuing coverage, a special edition of Fox 11 News at 1. And this is about the time where parents may be getting ready to pick up their kids from school in about an hour or two, but clearly, a lot of schools have been impacted by this already. As you can see right there, this is Castaic High School, and there have been evacuation orders in place for a number of schools because of this fire. You could just see the air quality really shifting for a lot of these students. So we do know that in this school district, there was an evacuation order. If you're a parent, you were urged to pick up your child as they wait right there for their rides. We do know also in the Valencia area, there's a encouragement for parents to pick up their children at West Creek Academy and Tesoro de Valle Elementary School as well. So again, just trying to get out of harm's way to make sure these children are safe. They're with their families. They need to do what they got to do. North Lake Hills Elementary School, one of the first schools to announce that they had an evacuation order in place, and they were all taken to the Castaic Aquatic Center for pickup. And that is where those children have been moved to. So again, if you're just hearing this, you need to pick up your child, or perhaps you already have. North Lake Hills Elementary School students, they're being evacuated to the Castaic Aquatic Center. That's along the I-5 right there, and they will be able to be picked up at that location.
I'm looking at some of the shots there, and look at the skyline there. In some spots, it is so black and so thick. So definitely scary there. If you're a high school student, you've already been through so much as it is with COVID times, and watching the fires from afar, knowing that you live in an area that is very dry and that the winds can be very strong in that area. So even though people weren't affected in this area by the Palisades or the Eaton fires, you know where you live. You know the history, you know the concern, you know what could happen. And here we have it now in the area of Castaic. And those shots there with the students and law enforcement doing their job to facilitate calm, get those kids onto buses, and get them in touch with their parents. Keeping in mind, this is a work day, this is a weekday. Look at that shot right there, that very black sky there on your right-hand side. Terrifying. I'm thinking of all the families and parents who are away at work, doing their day like a normal day, and having to scramble for their homes and their children.
Yeah, and given the fact that official after official telling us how bone dry this vegetation is in that area and the surrounding community right by Castaic Lake right there, right by the reservoir.
Folks, on another topic, does anyone ever use their heart monitoring apps from Samsung? Heart monitoring apps? Because like from one measurement to another, it like your shit's really bad, and then the next minute second, excellent. Like, what does that mean? Are they accurate?
Of the tragedy and the devastation we all witnessed for the Palisades and Eaton fire. So as the weather continues to shift hour by hour, let's go out to Samada, who could tell us the latest on what we're anticipating. Samada.
Yeah. Hello, Sandra and Christine, and to everyone that is just joining us right now. These images, of course, are so ominous with looking at the thick, dark smoke billowing in the atmosphere. We have those wind conditions that are in
this area right there. So that's going to be very frustrating for a lot of residents not to be able to get to their homes. But if they live in that area, they probably know an alternate. As far as the fire goes, take a look at that. 3,400 acres in just a matter of, what, an hour or so? This has just grown exponentially, exploded in flames. Where it started, all of that information, that we're going to find out later on. As far as the movement, though, as far as it moving out to the north or northeast out here, it really has seemed to have slowed it down. Those Phosgec drops doing what they were supposed to do. You're seeing a lot more of that lazy white smoke up in the northern portion of it. You can see that line earlier on. We were looking and we were watching as the flames were using up the fuel that is right there, making its way towards that line. So as soon as it gets to there, if it does, actually, it's going to kind of put itself out. Natural breaks, or not, maybe not natural, a road isn't a natural break, but we were looking at that Lake Hughes road out here, and they actually had some Forest Service trucks. Oh, they're still there. That little green dot you see out there in the distance, that's going to be a Forest Service vehicle. They've been kind of keeping an eye on it. Those guys know what they're doing. They're not in any kind of danger, I am sure, but it has definitely jumped that roadway, and that definitely is part of the wind-driven portion of this fire. Jumped the roadway, got into this fuel here. It pops up some of these hot spots, and that it just continues to burn. There's one of the drops from the Super Scoopers.
There goes the Super Scooper. Let's go.
They're doing that spot where it had jumped the line. The Super Scoopers actually are picking up the water at Bouquet Canyon Reservoir, as I understand it, which isn't that far away. There's the second one. They always travel in tandem. Those things are just so awesome. Anyways, look at how effective they are, though. That's what we always were talking about there during the Palisades fire. Oh, if we had the aerial assets,
Okay.
You know what? This is real.
What? It's windy there. Why didn't they use it at Palisade? Because they were blaming the wind. Why they couldn't use this? They couldn't use these Super Scoopers during the Palisade fire because of the wind. Now, look, the wind over there was worse, but it gradually got worse. But the wind here is really bad too.
Yeah, DC-8s do their drops out here, and the big fixed wings drop their Fosjek. They have not yet returned. I'm not sure what the delay is, but as soon as they get out here, their drops are going to be valuable to this firefight like you have no idea. These hot spots that are underneath here, I'm sure this is a concern for the firefighters, because if the winds change a little bit or they get up into a little bit of any kind of wind, it's going to just start spreading out in another direction. They don't want to see that at all. I'm looking out the window. I see a United plane flying really low right by us. That was pretty amazing to see. There he goes. I wonder what that is all about.
To pick up your child, or perhaps you already areas could be
about traffic and what the CHP is doing there. Isabel, thank you for joining us.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Can you tell us what your concerns are for this evacuation area?
The safety of the public, of course. We're just asking everyone to stay out of the area. Obviously stay calm, but easier said than done. Yep. Our officers, fire personnel are doing the best they can. And as you mentioned earlier, the off-ramp for Parker and Lake Hughes are currently closed from northbound 5.
There are a bunch of other current closures as well, right? In terms of roads around Ridge Route Road at Lake Hughes. What are you hearing in terms of the traffic backed up? Because we have a live look at one of our crew members trying to get to the location. And obviously, the backup of traffic is always a big concern.
Yeah, so in addition to the ones I mentioned, we also have Templin Highway at Old Ridge Route closed and Ridge Route at North Lake Hughes. Of course, this is going to cause a pileup of traffic, and we're just asking everyone to stay calm, stay patient, and we're going to do our best to clear roadways to get everyone evacuated.
They're more prepared.
I can only imagine what it must be like for people who were away from work and now can't get into their neighborhood for whatever reasons, pets, packing up, things like that. We have real concerns, though, Isabel, right, about this fire and its spread. Can you talk about how you see the afternoon going when it comes to this fire?
It's going to get worse.
It's a very active situation, and we're just asking everyone to listen to evacuation orders and warnings. Like you mentioned, it's very difficult for those that weren't home and see this playing out. We ask that people download the Watch Duty app. It's very helpful on relaying information for the warnings and the restrictions of where you shouldn't be.
And at this point, if a resident in the evacuation zone, whether they have a warning or an order, gets that information that they are in the zone, are you urging people to stay out? Don't try to come back in and get your belongings like Christine was mentioning. So many people want to do, maybe save a pet. Obviously, it's a big, big concern. But what if you're in that situation, what do you recommend?
It's very difficult, right? And like I said, it's a very active situation. But again, if you're in an area that's being evacuated, for your safety, we're asking you to follow those evacuation orders. And fire personnel, CHP, everyone out there, Sheriff Department, Animal Control, I can confirm that they're all working together as much as possible to evacuate everyone.
Yeah, I understand. It's a tough time for so many people, obviously triggered by the devastation we all endured collectively a week and a half ago or two, and obviously now dealing with this situation. So we just hope, as you mentioned, Isabel, a good reminder for people to just be patient, stay safe, and of course, hopefully everyone just have some grace with each other as people try to navigate where they need to go and how best to do it. Isabel Diaz, thank you so much for your time and all that information.
Check this out.
California is in danger again, and it's under attack. But not by what you would think. It's not climate change. It's not gas cars. It's not high-pressure shower heads. It's not gas stoves. It's not cow farts. It's none of that. California is in danger and under attack because of strategically placed arsonists that have been starting fires in
I don't know if I believe that, but it's his opinion.
High-value neighborhoods all across Los Angeles County. They're also under attack and in danger because of terrible politicians. So the state of California is in danger.
Well, those are self-inflicted wounds, because I'll still say it. Karen Bass and Newsom will get reelected again if the election was tomorrow. People don't care. They're trying to say, like, if you raise your right hand, it's some sort of Yahtzee salute. Like, people actually buy that, you know? Like I said, all they have to do is say that the other person's a Yahtzee, and that's it. They win.
So the state of California is in danger again, and it's under attack. But not by what you would think. It's not climate change. It's not gas cars. It's not high-pressure shower heads. It's not gas stoves. It's not cow farts. It's none of that. California is in danger and under attack because of strategically placed arsonists that have been starting fires in high-value neighborhoods all across Los Angeles County. They're also under attack and in danger because of terrible politics.
Oh, look at how fast it started. Looks like a nuke. Look. Little fire. By the way, thanks everyone who subscribed on Rumble. I see you guys. Thank you very much for subscribing to the Rumble. Nerd Report on Rumble, of course. Also here on Nerd Report. Do me a favor and introduce yourself in the comments. Introduce yourself in the comments real quick. Oh, also double check that you are subscribed, folks. We're almost at 72,000 subscribers. If you want to help the channel, you could send in a super chat here on YouTube, super sticker, or become a member, gift memberships. But the main thing is subscribe. There we go. Look at this angle. This is crazy. Look at how small the freeway looks. It's nuts, right? It's loco on the cocoa. Check this out. My kids were raised here. This is our old neighborhood view. That sucks. There's a lot of tradition there. A lot of tradition. Holy shit. Look at this. Oh my God. Look at this, folks. Eyes on the screen. Look at this. Oh my God. This looks worse than Palisade, man. Like, seriously.
Yeah, I got you. The building's on fire, just letting you guys know.
Oh.
Sure, no problem.
These are poor people for sure.
Yeah.
You can see how bright it is during the day. Imagine at night.
I think they must have some sort of. I mean, it's a city building.
They're gonna run out of resources, man.
Yeah, we're probably gonna lose it under the smoke, but.
Do these guys know they're on? They are stretched for their resources. Go on the account that has more subs. Culture call out. Could you share?
Yeah, 500 acres.
The Rumble.
It's spreading bad.
Yeah.
I got. Okay. Oh, this. It's bad.
I give up.
Hey, Paul, can't work like this.
I'm sharing the Nerd Report Rumble in the comments.
Are you feeling okay? I've been seeing I had a bad
Oh my God! Look at this! Look at this footage.
It's okay. I mean, by the time we get to, it's going to be covered.
Look at this! Look at this footage! Look at this footage, folks.
You're home very safely, but it just does not matter because those embers are what begin.
Those people are walking on
we're
the
watching
street.
wildlife.
Oh, look at that! Is that a deer?
Yeah, it's a deer.
Oh, yeah.
Well, look at the deer trying to run away.
To escape the flames too.
Yeah, that's a big issue. And again, speaking of wildlife, you know, lots of folks in this particular area, Castaic, the Santa Clarita Valley, they have horses, they have farm animals, and we'll try and find out where some of the rescue centers are if you're watching us, listening to us from this area, so you can safely get your animal evacuated as well. But that's going to be a big problem today. You can clear your home very safely, but it just does not matter because those embers are what begin to, we're watching wildlife.
Look at that. Is that a deer?
Yeah, it's a deer.
Oh, yeah. I mean, all this wildlife trying to escape the flames.
To the other side, and that parking lot now completely covered in smoke. Basically, right where we're looking, right in that center of the screen, that's going to be gone here in just a moment or two. There is a bigger building.
No, it's getting worse.
It did look like it had some sort of tarps over the top, and that was my concern. Even if they have that brush clearance out there, those tarps, you know, they can easily catch fire. Right now, though, you did see some fire crews out there, but it does seem like the fire is actually moving towards the south, especially because we are on the southern flank of that fire. Now it's definitely moving out to the west as well, but it's going to be moving in the southwesterly direction. Going to pan over just a little bit. That's going to be the Lake Hughes right there. So I bet that building actually had views of the lake and also the area, but you could see those flames just running up that roadway. And now that's going to be that quick fuel. That's going to be that flash fuel. And that's the reason why it just kind of lit up that area. And now we're seeing some of that spotting. Now I'm kind of dragging it along, just kind of hoping maybe that smoke will clear a little bit. We can see if those buildings survive. That smaller one, that one right there seems to be okay. But the flames now on this side of the road, and if they keep moving to the west, because that's the way the winds are pushing up, that's going to be an issue as well. Now you can see they got some first responders out there that, of course, I would venture to say. So it is still standing.
Welcome to the new people on Rumble.
Smoke's already covering us. We gotta go. It's getting worse.
You got us back. So we just saw the building. It is still standing out there. So that is a good sign. I see there that the plane, the big DC-10, making its way into this area. I don't know if that's going to be on this side or the other side of the fire, but they are definitely the ones that are going to be the shining lights that are going to come through and really kind of show everybody what the air assets are and how they can help these situations. But right now on the southern flank of the fire, these flames are being pushed by the winds, heading out towards the west. That's going to put it closer to homes and maybe even over where Justin was just moments ago, where he was talking about that house with the private firefighters, because I could see the lake in the background. So I would venture to say it's somewhere up on this hillside right here. Now, this is not right up there, but it's definitely getting closer. It's going to be moving in that direction. These are going to be those lighter fuels that are the flash fuels. So it's going to move very fast if it hits that area. But right now, you can see those flames continuing making their way to the west as the fire burns southwest.
Look at that fire, folks.
Because of the wind.
We saw it when we first saw it. It was so little.
Move out here and show you guys. We were looking when we first arrived out here. This was the area of our concern because we saw it making its way out towards the north and out towards the east. Now it's kind of slowed in that area. We can see some fire over here as well. I don't know if that jumped that fire line, because if I pan up, we can actually see a fire line right there, but I don't know if they were able to complete that. You can see some of that Phos-Check in this area as well. So the fire definitely now being a little bit wind-driven or more wind-driven than it was earlier on, pushing those flames to the south and moving them out towards the west. And this is what the issue is. You can see it right there. The lake definitely is going to be a blocker. There's going to be, when the fire gets it close to that shoreline, it's going to slow it, it's going to stop. But this area right here, that's all kind of a light fuel. That's going to be grass. That's going to burn very, very quickly. It's going to throw a lot of embers.
Ladybug with a super chat. Thanks for the support, folks. Lady Hearts for Ladybug is saying, "Oh Lord, when will this nightmare end?" Unbelievable. It is. I thought it was over. And the reason was because I thought everything was going to be like everyone was going to be on alert, right? I don't know. I guess I have too much faith in I don't know, the government's equipment or capability of stopping fires. But Ladybug, thanks for the support. If anybody wants to support, get their thoughts in. If it's appropriate, go ahead and super chat. Hearts for you in the comments. Don't forget to subscribe, everyone.
The homes right there, it's about a mile. That's quite a distance indeed. But we've watched these things move so very, very quickly in the past.
I don't know if
and we just don't want those flames get up into that or that close to the homes. And of course, the residents already worried about what's going on. My goodness, I would be. But that smoke, it must be ominous down there, especially for homeowners and anybody that's underneath it.
There we go. Helicopters coming in.
Yes. Right. Thank you.
Does he know he's live? The winds in Palisade, yeah, they were hurricane level, Vina. Listen, I did a live, oh my gosh, thanks everybody subscribing to Rumble. I did a live documenting that, and everybody was like,
I don't know if they're actually using maybe because of that.
I specifically asked people from the East Coast and Middle America or anywhere else, am I exaggerating when I'm calling these high winds? Because Californians, we have like 75-degree weather year round. It's like barely any wind and sunny skies. And everybody's like, no, that was like a hurricane, folks. People are telling me it looks like a hurricane.
Line of fire on the west side and the southwestern area has really picked up. You've got Lake Hughes Road down there. This was one of the spots that I was hoping is going to be a fire break in this area. That truck that you see right there in the center.
Daisy in the community right here in the comments has family there, and they still cannot communicate with her. She still has not communicated with her family.
Flames, you can see them just coming up over that hillside. That's not a camera trick. Those flames are close.
Yeah.
And
that looks
I
crazy.
understand the super scoopers are coming back in right now, so they're going to be doing a drop here in a moment. But take a look at the lengths of those flames compared to this. You know what a big rig looks like. And look at the size of those flames, and they are farther away. So this is going to be something that is really where the firefight is. I'm seeing some more black smoke coming up over here. This is more to the north, but this is on our side. So that's going to be on the south side of Lake Hughes. So the flames definitely jumped that roadway. There's that dozer. That's the dozer that sits on the back of that truck when it transports, and he's actually out there cutting more fire lines. Hopefully they're going to be effective, but the flames out here continue to burn, and the air assets know about it. I think they're going to be doing a drop right now. Right there, that is the lead aircraft. So the lead aircraft, we've talked about it in the past. It's going to fly the road line, and it might put out a little bit of smoke. And what's going to be behind it? It's going to be one of the ones that drop the FOS check. So I'm not sure if they're going to do a drop right now or they're just assessing the area. But you can see them making their way past here, and that FOS check plane following behind. So I would venture to say they're starting to look over here, saying, "All right, we got to either finish this line." So they might make a big turn, come back, and start finishing this line right here, or they might just start dropping in another spot, maybe try to stop those flames. That dozer, look at that. What a great, you know what? The guy that's driving that thing, that must be amazing. I mean, you got to remember, that's a trained professional.
He's going into the fire. What the hell,
guy
man?
Driving up next to these flames. And that vehicle is also an amazing piece of technology. That is, even inside there, he has got air conditioning, he's got safety equipment, and of course, air purifiers, filters for the smoke. But that dozer, he's basically driving right by those flames right now, continuing to cut that line. We continue to see the air assets making their way through here as well. So this is definitely a spot where they probably are going to start doing some more drops, and they're going to try to stop those flames from making their way to the south. That would be coming this way. And of course, stop it to the west, that's going to be a little bit more difficult because you've got the winds pushing those flames to the west.
I'm about 30 miles away from here, SW. I'm not that. I'm far, but fires could come in anytime. I mean, these fires are jumping from like city to city, area to area. They're not exclusive to like this place right here is like Santa Clarita is far away from Palisade, like a lot, like an hour away.
Sandra, I'm not sure. Our IFB is so bad up here, and I can't even dial in.
You gonna pee? Did you say you were gonna pee? It's crazy that the fires are still going. Yeah. I mean, anywhere in LA. I mean, I was hoping this was behind us already, There's the river, the lake. This is going to be interesting. That's right. Hit the like. Not that you like what you're seeing with the fires, but supports the channel. Well, I think they're not as concerned about it. I guess because there's not that many residential areas, but we saw that guy that the fires were right near him, and those insurance company firefighters were gelling the house, and it seemed like he didn't even know if they were from there. He didn't believe it. Your cousin's calling? Look at how small the vehicles look.
Yes. You're talking about right here?
Yeah, look
North
at all
of or south? This neighborhood?
Yeah, they must be scared right there.
Sure thing.
Daisy's cousin just called.
That's going to be. I think the map's a little off. I think that's going to be the corner of Lake Hughes. Yeah, it's going to be Ridge Route and Lake Hughes Road. Ridge Route, and Lake Hughes Road. It's not there yet.
Thanks, Medusa. Winds there are very high, folks.
Copy. Oh, are you kidding me? Skyvox, we lost the IFB.
What does that mean?
Okay, got it. Thank you. Yes, I got it. Thank you.
I mean, don't these fires look worse than Palisade? What do you guys think in the comments?
Ventura? Pyro.
Yeah, they look worse in a little bit of time. Devin? It's moving faster, 100%. I'm about 30 minutes away from this.
Very west.
Let's hit the like, folks, to get the algorithm, tackle the algorithm. Thank you. More fires breaking out. Thank you. No, if I get evacuation notice, I'm out of here. It's covering more land, but thankfully there are no homes there. There's one neighborhood right there, though. Getting near a big neighborhood. They've been talking about the high speed rail since.
You know what? Let's make a turn and go back. Just
This guy.
So yeah, they moved the line. Let's go back. I mean, not back to base, but like turn back.
A lot of you have been asking about my
I
business
think it'll
internet.
time out just perfect. Maybe. Who's sending me text?
He's gonna quit.
Oh, Tim Conway.
Tim Conway Jr., yeah. Cali fire. Let's see what this guy has to say. He's bored. He's going to leave.
Bryce Bennett with your fire situation report for Wednesday, January 22nd, 2025. CAL FIRE, Cal OES, federal, local, and tribal partners continue to be prepared to protect Southern California communities under a high-risk fire weather forecast. National Weather Service has extended a red flag warning through Thursday evening with strong winds, very dry air, and a high likelihood of fires. Over 1,000 firefighting personnel, including engines, crews, dozers, water tenders, helicopters, and air tankers, have been strategically prepositioned across the region to ensure rapid response to any new fires. With the reduction of acreage on the Palisades fire due to more precise mapping, we see an increase in the containment of both fires, with the Palisades at 68% and the Eaton fire at 91%. Prepositioning has continued to allow for a quick response to initial attack fires sparking across the region, including the quick deployment of resources to 11 new initial attack fire incidents within the critical fire weather area in the past 24 hours, burning a combined 30-plus acres. One new fire in Riverside County started overnight. The Clay Fire has burned 39 acres and is 40% contained. Forward progress has been stopped thanks to resources being quickly dispatched to the fire from the mobilization center and a CAL FIRE Hawk dropping 3,600 gallons of water on the fire. CAL FIRE Watershed Emergency Response Teams, or WERT, continue to assess burn severity, values at risk, and mitigation needs to protect the environment and prepare for future rains. As damage assessments on the Eaton and Palisades fire near completion, they are currently ranked as California's second and third most destructive fires in California.
Yeah, carbonized stardust. It's getting worse. These are big fires.
I don't know if you've been here. Fire perimeters have reopened.
I don't know who just got here, but these fires are like, they're white. They look like they've covered so much area in like half an hour.
Residents must provide proof of residency, such as a government-issued photo ID with their name and address, to re-enter. Evacuated residents in Los Angeles County are being encouraged
This is Castaic Lake
app to receive notifications as evacuation zones on the Palisades and Eaton fires are repopulated.
He's talking about all
red flag warning is in effect through Thursday, 8 p.m. for areas of Los Angeles, Ventura, Orange, San Bernardino, Riverside, and San Diego counties for extremely low relative humidity and periods of gusty offshore winds. A low pressure system may bring
No, we
light
need
to locally
Canadians to
moderate
help,
rain
man.
to the
Those
regions.
scoopers are Canadian. They didn't invest in the. Hey, listen, the California government did not invest in the shit they needed, man. Bottom line. And those scooper planes that get the water, they're trying to, they don't mention in the news that those are Canadians. Those are not American, well, Californians. They're not from California. Almost like Governor Newsom was trying to get credit for them. Those are Canadian, I would say planes. What are they called? Are they super scoopers? The bombers, water bombers. One got hit by a drone. Remember, when the news doesn't say they are from Canada, that Newsom is trying to get credit for that. Trust me. They are not Californian. These are Canadian water bombers. Okay? And it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous we don't have them. All right?
Sometimes Saturday night through Monday. There's also a slight chance of thunderstorms. With the red flag warning still in effect, having an evacuation plan, a supply kit, and important
let's go back
make it
to
easier
see,
when it is time to go, no matter what the emergency may be. Remember, one less spark means one less wildfire. Learn more at readyforwildfire.org. As always, for accurate, verified
Look at
information
this.
regarding
Look how big this
incidents in
is
California.
at this point. Look at this. It's insane.
On the right is the shot that we've had from where Alina Abovian is live from a neighborhood that's evacuated. And what's changed over the last, hour or so
It's ridiculous
is that
that we don't have
now
our
when
own
he
equipment.
zooms out or, really zooms into where you're looking now, they can see the fire. And
Yes.
that wasn't the case when she was first in that neighborhood. It's moved towards the neighborhood. That's a neighborhood under mandatory evacuation order. On the left, you have the Sky 5 giving you the broader view. This is now affecting Ventura County because there's evacuations in the area of Lake
Ventura County
Piru.
now.
And we want to go down to the ground because the roads are a part of this story too. And Rachel Menitoff is there. And Rachel, our producer, was saying you're behind a fire truck that's on the move.
Yeah, I'll turn the camera around so you can see all of the fire trucks in front of us. We're just kind of following them on their route. We're on Ridge Route right now. We're parallel to the I-5. We're heading toward Castaic
Listen,
High School.
folks, subscribe right now. Get us to 100K, and I will participate in these. I want to be on one of these for you guys. I want to cover, like this lady's covering right
which
here.
is one of the areas.
See how she's covering it inside a fire car, a fire truck? I'll go on those and go live for you, the community, but get us to 100K. That way we have the good following. That's a real big milestone. And I'm going to start a pitch them to take us, since that means, we have the following to do that. So I would love to be reporting on location like this for you all and bring you the events firsthand, right? I don't want to use these people's stuff. I want to be there, right, for you. So make sure to subscribe, folks.
Around noon, and there are a couple of other road closures to tell you about. Ridge Route Road at Lake Hughes, Ridge Route Road at Templin Highway, Lake Hughes at Pine Canyon, and in front of us.
You want to see me there, right? I mean, safely and covering it for you, and you guys could ask questions. I could ask questions to the firefighters.
The west of us. And then we're following these firefighters as they weave in and out of the canyon roads to get to some of these mandatory evacuation zones. We're heading toward Castaic High School right now. Different picture from the ground. And difficult driving conditions. That's one of the things that the Highway Patrol is warning drivers about, that this smoke is going to get of your drive, and it's best to find an alternate route or to just avoid this area altogether.
All right,
Lauren
Rachel.
Glenn.
That's people need to evacuate. I mean, there's no doubt about that, because that fire, it is heading right for the town of Castaic, and it's not a large town, but a lot of a lot of homes there, mostly homes, a little bit of a business district,
size,
shopping centers, that type of things. But the hot fire is heading right directly for that in the 5 freeway, and again, if it jumps the 5, Lake Piru in Ventura County, it's heading in that direction, right? And after that, there's Fillmore, so
Yeah.
Not good.
Yeah. So we do have Alina Abovian in a neighborhood that is under mandatory evacuation order. She's been talking to residents and showing us the progression of the fire in relation to the
Go over
neighborhood.
here.
Alina, how are
Getting a wide shot right here. Hopefully it'll come in. You guys see this? Look at this. Look at how big that is. And we actually started covering this when it was small. We've been on for what, 2 hours? Look at how big that is. The fire crews, I don't know. This is way off from Palisade, just so you all know. This is probably like a drive. It's an hour away. I don't even know if Mayor Bass has anything to do with this. I think it's out of her district. But I am shocked. There's a new fire that's this size happening right now. I am shocked. I am. I mean, maybe I'm gullible. Were you all expecting this again? I was not expecting this at all. I was expecting little ones maybe, but this one looks huge, man. We've been covering it for a couple hours already. So if you just got in here, I mean, maybe you're like, oh, well, it doesn't look that big, but the way it's spread, we've seen some other angles that are just insane. Lewis, this reminds me very much of the last big fire here. Was months of out of control fires. 6 of them are still burning, and it's January. Wow. But does this look like Canada at all? Like, do you all have like mountainous areas for miles like this? I can't believe fires burn for 6 months. Like, or not, would you say 6 months? For months. And I mean, imagine if there were no humans on Earth, fires would just burn. Like a fire that starts in LA will burn through all the way to New York. Right? What's up, Phil? Now, also remember, California is a desert. We keep forgetting that. It's always going to be going to dry. All this stuff with the plants and everything, that's all artificially placed there by humans, by watering the plants, nursing the plants and everything. You live in the Rocky Mountains, in an incredibly dense forest area. That seems nice to visit, though. Now, so California is always going to go dry. Like, that's just the way it is, Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Someone got knocked down. Hold on. Let me see what else I can get here. So I get some more footage for you. What's going on? Let me show you this again. So you get an idea. Let me see what else is going on. If we get another angle. Let me see if I can get you another angle. Please keep the conversation going in the comments, folks. Appreciate your opinions. All right, here we go. All right, so that city, that little residential area. It's not a little residential area. It's big. It is now covered in smoke, folks. Did you guys see that? Look at this. This sucks, man. Look at this. Did you see that entire
really
town is done?
I can bet.
That entire town. It's awful. I don't know how it started, but we were here when it started. Were you guys here in the beginning? It was small. It was like literally like less than a block. Folks, I appreciate everyone that's here. Please do me a solid and subscribe if you have not done so. There's like 60% of you watching have not subscribed. Subscribe right now. Support independent content creators and hit that like, please. And then I'll shut up. If we hit 100,000, I'll shut up. About that. So you're going to see a small town. Look at how big that is. You're going to see a small town in there. Look at how that's massive. Folks, that's massive. Look at the plane. Oh, look at the little car. Can you see the car? Damn. This is like 10 miles you're looking at right there. Right there. And this is again, look at those small, look at how small the fire trucks look. And again, it's during the day. So most of the fires we've been seeing, those really crazy Palisade fires have been during the night. So you see how bright the fire burns. But man, this looks crazy right now during the middle of the day. Imagine at night. Flames are tall as hell. Yep. Everyone's speechless. The even the helicopter guy in the guy in the helicopter is speechless. Here we go again. Coming back.
Oh, did it jump over there? Or it's trying to. Is that what I'm looking at? Yeah, it is. Oh, I missed the Foz check drop. Come on, man.
What?
Woo, bumpy.
The wind is really bad here right now. I mean, in this area where the fire's at, not where I'm at. What's up, Astrid?
Oh, did it jump over there? Or it's trying to. Is that what I'm looking at?
I don't know.
Yeah, it is. Oh, I missed the Foz check drop. Come on, man. Woo, bumpy.
This guy's weird.
What's up? I can't hear what you're saying.
He doesn't know he's live.
What? I heard my name. I heard Booth, but I can't make out what they're saying. I can barely make out what the IFB is.
Exactly. Does he know he's mic'd up?
Are they here? What's up? I can't hear what you're saying.
He's on a hot mic. I hope he doesn't get racist.
What? I heard my name. I heard Booth, but I can't make out what they're saying.
God. Let's see what else. There's no audio from this right now.
Piru, I haven't heard anything about Piru. That's possible, of course. But they're picking up at Castaic Lake.
Sandra.
So there's a Castaic fire, folks. If you just got here, we've been covering it since it started. Well, it was like at least like 30 to 40 minutes, I think, before we started. And we've been almost at approaching like 2 hours and a half of covering it. So about 3 hours ago, this thing started. It's not near Six. I mean, it's near Six Flags, but all right, I'll show you how it looks compared to Six Flags. Right there. Right there. If you're at Six Flags, that's the way it looks. And no one goes there. When was the last time you went to Six Flags?
I got you. You have me? Yeah, go ahead with my shots. I'll be in place here in just a couple of minutes for talking.
Took my kids in September after visiting my brother-in-law. Really? How is it? How is Six Flags? I went a long time ago, like 6 years ago. I went the last time. Is this heading in my direction? No, it's not. But there could be fires starting near me because these fires are just jumping from place to place. You're welcome, Paula. Says thanks for covering this, Louis. So sad. Prayers for Callie. Yeah, thank you very much. Phil said he went to Six Flags 8 years ago. You just dropped them off? Really? Did they like it? Oh, yeah, they had fun. Okay.
Thank you.
What's up, Kim Sims? Your daughters are older and kept an eye on their 13-year-old. Cool.
Really?
Yeah, welcome, you nerd troopers. Unfortunately, we're experiencing a fire here in California. I'm covering it. Want to thank everyone for spending the time here with me covering this. You guys are awesome. And gals, you guys are all awesome. If you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe, hit the notification. Just a normal guy bringing in content, reacting to stuff. I have my opinions. They may be different from yours. And then sometimes they may be online with yours. So bear with me. Everyone's welcome to have an opinion here on my channel, except, you know, there's a limit. No spamming, no racist, no phobes. But, you know, if you have an opinion, you could share it. Love you all. Just a normal guy who met and interviewed famous people. Let me tell you something about that, Carbonized. So I've interviewed a lot of famous people on Nuke the Fridge. That's my my channel, my other channel. But you want me to tell you a secret about that? I have said it before. So like Keanu Reeves, Steven Spielberg, or Keanu Reeves, whatever. Jason Momoa, just to name a few. Cast of Top Gun, Maverick. Now listen, not Tom Cruise though. I never met him. Stallone, yeah. But I have it on video on Nuke the Fridge. Check it out. Everyone's always asking me, how do you not get nervous interviewing these people? And you know what the secret is? You want to know what this is? I don't know who they are. Like, I really don't. So, except Keanu, of course, and like Stallone. But the other ones, there's a lot of other actors that are famous, but I just don't pay attention. So when I used to get the interviews, or I get the interviews, I don't have a history with them. Like, oh my God. Like, I don't go like, woo, 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 woo. You know, like when I saw Arnold Schwarzenegger, I'm like, holy cow, that's Arnold Schwarzenegger. Holy cow, that. But the other ones, nah. So what I did is watch the films and then write down like my questions and then do the interview like if they're regular people. And they love that. They love that. They love that. I mean, look, not all of them I do know who Johnny Depp is, but you know. And if you ever do interviews with celebrities, if that's what you want to do, not all celebrities are bad. I know a lot of people are down on them. If you ever do interviews with anything, like even if you're a fan of theirs, I'll give you an advice. You could take it or whatever. I don't care.
Booth, I'm ready whenever you need me for talking.
Even if you're a fan of theirs, do not show it, because that shows that you do not belong there. That means you're a fan. But always try to put them as the level as if they're your friends from a long time that you feel comfortable with. That means you belong with there, right? So I see people that do their interviews and they act all starstruck, and I'm like, yeah, it's kind of like you don't belong there. You belong. You're a fan, right? But whatever. Hope that made sense. I remember Johnny Depp. I saw him before the Amber Heard stuff. I never interviewed him. Check that out. New structures are. What are those though? These structures are in danger. And man, I want to say it was for what movie was it for? The Alice in Wonderland? It's a Disney. Okay, so Carbonara Stardust says, I want to ask about the movie, but you really want to ask, do you know how insane you are? You could ask that question, but not that way. And he may not like it either way, but if you ever want to ask something like that,
Can't even really see the lake.
you can say something like, hey man, like, thanks for the interview. You're a real down to earth guy, but do you? What are your thoughts on the perception of you online? Like the perception of you. What's the difference between the perception and the real Tom Cruise?
Yeah, maybe just another mile or so.
Now, a lot of
these
people
are
don't
really
like
good
him
pictures.
because of
I'm
the
probably going
Scientology,
soon, but-
obviously, but you could ask a question like that.
Okay.
Jump on the couch. Jump on the couch, Tom. Embarrass, you're crazy. He was overstimulated there. Definitely, for sure. Yeah, stars are regular people, and if you act weird around them, they're not gonna answer the questions. They're gonna think, oh, this is weird. They're gonna get weirded out too. By the way, we're reaching 72,000 subscribers. We've had a lot of views today. But a lot of people are not yet subscribing. What are you waiting for? Subscribe right now, folks. I need 5 more subscribers right now. I dare you. 5 more subscribers. Hit the button on the very top. It says subscribe. What are you watching on, by the way, folks? Are you using a phone? Oh, thank you so much, Ladybug13. Yes, Canada has a lot of mountainous forests. They burn for a long time because they cannot be accessed easily. I could see that. So it's kind of like South America, like with the rainforest, right? Like that, probably. By the way, thanks for that super chat, folks. If you want to how would I say, support the channel, you could do a super chat, Cash App, PayPal, super sticker. If you have nothing to say, you could just send in $1. That'd be great, or more. Be a super sticker. But you know what I really want you to do right now is say thank you to Ladybugs13. I want you all to say thank you to her in the comments. Oh, thank you, Crazy Horse. Hopefully we'll see you soon. You're a new subscriber. Let's get Crazy Horse some love in the comments. Come back, man. Nerd Report, your favorite. Is Daisy back? Is she talked to her family? You're watching on the TV? Nice. Thanks, Phil. Look at how massive this looks. Look at how massive this fire looks.
Yeah.
Right? Carbonized? This fire looks... And this is going to go on all night, folks. I'm going to try to cover it as much as I can.
Yep.
Has this hit the news
whenever you
circuit
want
yet?
me.
Like, is it a big deal? How do all these fires start, Kim? Look, some of it is there's dry. It's very dry branches that died out, and there's a spark somehow with a maybe electric line, and it starts the fire. Some of it is arson. It's definitely not the heat of the weather because it's cold. So I don't know. What are the reasons? Folks, help me out on that. That's a good question. How do fires start? Now, and the reason they spread so much is because of the winds, right? There's a lot of winds there. Arson, high winds, but high winds don't start the fire, though. They help the fire prosper, right? But they don't start the fire.
There's a super scooper. So he must have gone into.
Is this Canadian? The super scooper? Is that Canadian, folks? Canada in the house. What's up? Is that you? Super scooper? Is that what it is? Lightning, but there's no rain. Lightning could start fire, but I've been talking about California. That's a water bomber. Yeah, so that is Canada in the house. All right. Thank you, because Governor Newsom didn't invest in stuff like this. Canada did. And if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't have that super scooper. Where's our money, dude? Nina's, how you doing? You know, and listen, people are going to say, I'm not an obsessed environmentalist dude. I'm being honest with you, okay? I could do better. But, oh my gosh, you idiots that go to the parks and throw trash and ruin the parks. You're hurting the animals, you're hurting the environment there. You son of a you-know-whats. I hate when people throw their effing trash at parks, man. You're such an... Ugh. It's a huge fine here as well. Tossing trash in nature is a huge fine. Yeah, but they never get caught.
I'm not sure.
Don't forget they gave fire equipment to other countries, cut funding, and charged so much taxes. Yeah, I know that. Total misstep. But you know what? Newsom will win again. That's the way Californians are. Oh, you're Nona? Is it Nona? Another word for grandpa? Sorry about that. Or is it Nana? Nana. Let's get the likes up, folks. At 300 likes, please.
I'm sure it's Ash. Like,
spread by high winds. Folks, continue the conversation. I'll highlight you. Look at this. Look at the size of this fire, man. It's insane. This fire is insane size, folks. Also, let me know what country, city, or state you are watching from in the comments. Thank you. What's up, Matthew? Rotterdam. I always love the name of that place. Rotterdam. Arizona, US, Canada. Dublin, Ireland, nice. Alberta, Canada, nice. Palestine, Illinois, nice.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll pass that on.
Let me see what the news is saying about the fires. Well, shit, look at this. Look at this. Watch the screen, folks. Look at this. Look at that structure. I don't know what that is, though. Look at that structure. And look at the fire, how close it is to it. New subscriber, thank you. Secret government compound with UFOs. Look at that. Look at the fires heading right to them, dude. Look at that. Isn't that crazy? Look at this. Wow. Oh my gosh. Look at that little town. That town's gonna get overtaken. Look at the screen, folks. Look at that. People are running. People are leaving. That's insane. That's insane. Folks, if you think that's insane, subscribe right now. We're almost at 72,000 subscribers, folks. We're going to be covering the fires for you. Currently at 5,000 acres. Wow. Zero containment. You're getting that MVA? Is that This is near Castaic Lake. Thank you. Wow, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. That looks like, dude, that looks like a volcano. Like two volcanoes. What's up, Private? There's a freeway. It's overtaking that little town, man. Definitely overtaking that little town. I'm surprised the freeway is not shut. That's gonna cause another major problem if they cut the freeway. It's a monster fire, man. It looks bigger than the Palisade. Is this considered out of control though? Need a press conference. It's under 25% containment. Is out of control. Okay. No, Newsom's going to get reelected, man. Press 1 if you think Newsom's going to be reelected. Press 2 if you think no one's going to vote for him anymore. Or you think it's all propaganda with him, man. He's going to win. This thing's not even going to hurt him that much. I know you all are voting with your hearts, man, but I'm here in Cali, these people. I know he can't run again, but Julissa, but hypothetically, Newsom would win. Julissa, you know California. You're in San Francisco, or we're in San Francisco, right? You know, you're familiar with San Francisco, right? He'd win again. Tammy knows what's up. Let's say he can run. I know hypothetically. I'm saying hypothetically. I mean, they're going to vote in someone with the same politics anyways. Yes, see, she knows. Yes. And look, Julissa's a person never even cusses, right? She just minds her own business, watches the show, says hello. She says, yes, dummies would vote for him. Okay. Julissa says, because I asked a question in California, would Newsom win again if hypothetically he could run? And she said, yes, dummies would vote for him again. Now, my next question to Julissa is, what percentage of the state are dummies? Answer. Could you answer that one? Vina, thank you for support. We have a lot of them, a ton. At least 51. There he won. 33. Lewis. Maybe I'm one of the dummies, but yeah, I'm a dummy. There you go. I'm good with being one. All right. So these are what we're looking at is the smoke overtaking a lot of the area by Castaic. The smoke, these areas are residential, and it's a combination of businesses too. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that as the fires break away. I mean, as the camera breaks, goes back, pulls back. Kamala is going to win, governor. It's going to be Governor Kamala Harris. All that area hasn't burned yet. I hope it doesn't get there. Oh my gosh, look at that. Folks, we're almost at 72,000 subscribers. Make sure to hit that like and subscribe. Subscribe right now. Help independent content creators. If I get 5 more subscribers, that'd be amazing. Subscribe. I need 5 more. Exactly, Matthew. Poor animals, man. If I do the landscape, okay, so if I do the live landscape, YouTube doesn't show anybody yet. The algorithm is going to stump. Do you want me to go landscape? I'll go landscape on the next one, but you guys got to show up. Because when I go landscape, everyone asks for landscape, and then when I go landscape, 5 people are there. You know what I mean? I get it, Honeybee. I like landscape more. I agree. But no one shows up. You guys got to show up. More people that show up. And no, damn YouTube. The more people, when people show up, I'll do more of that. You know what I mean? You all are my boss. Vertical or landscape? What do you guys think in the comments? What do you like more? Yeah, I mean, it is they want like the landscape, you know. I'm gonna be going back and forth though. Don't worry about it. You know what I mean? But right now, look, we're at almost 80,000 people watched, folks, and we're getting the word out about the fires and everything. So, reacting to the fires. Look at that. No, there's not enough personnel to cover this. Make sure my face is on the window. No one wants to see my face. Look, that's so sad. Look at that. Who wants me to cover Blake Lively, Justin Baldoni situation? Let me know in the comments. No one likes my take. I'm kind of like, I'm trying to keep it neutral here. And look, no matter how much I say that Blake Lively looks bad, they want me to be so team Blake, so Justin Baldoni. Like, they want me to put my tongue up his ass so much that there's no way the lady could do anything right. And it's like, I'm trying to be fair here, man. But if I don't destroy Blake Lively, people get mad at me. I'm not going to destroy the lady. I'm going to look at what the evidence is. You know what I mean? Those are serious. Blake Lively, she's garbage. I don't think I'm still on team. Look, those are serious accusations and they need to be looked at. They need to be looked at. And if she's bullshitting, then we're going to call her out on that too. That needs to be looked at too. Right? But those are serious accusations, man. And if you're bringing those accusations, you better have receipts. And we haven't seen everything yet. So, at least I don't think so. Right now, it looks like she's full of it. What else can I tell you? I just hate to see a person use that kind of victimhood to gain financially. I can't even fathom someone would be such a what. But I'm going to look at her side. I'm going to look at his side. And if I do that, people come on here and they're like, you're in love with Blake Lively. No, I don't like her. I don't even like her acting. She's annoying. But I got to be fair. You want me to be fair? What if, like, I come on here and I say, oh, Justin Baldoni's right, and this and that, and I just keep going, and then all of a sudden she pulls receipts that she's in the right, and then I'm on record saying 100% Baldoni. It's like, we don't know everything yet, man. Yeah. When I'm wrong, it gets recorded. That is one difference between you and I and people here. If I get something wrong, it gets clipped. It's recorded. It is there for life. I'll hear about it 90 years from now. Look, I'll predict something else. I'll predict another thing or have an opinion. They'll say, but you were the guy that did this. And they'll pull up the video. It's terrible. Anyways, back to these fires, man. This looks like it's out of control and nothing's stopping it at all. This is probably going to go on all night, to be honest with you. Let's see. Look at that. Look at that, folks. Yeah, allegedly. Everything's alleged. But I don't see you all too interested in the Blake Lively. Where are the firemen? I think you need like 100,000 firemen. Oh, okay. So you say this is why Carbonized Stardust says, which is why I'm on team Stop Being Garbage Humans. It's Vogue and open to anyone. It's vague, sorry. It's vague and open to anyone who is acting like total garbage. There you go. I do think they're both kind of garbage, but okay. Well, you know, I do think both of them. He's putting too much stuff out in the public. Should be for courts only. H also put out a bunch of stuff, a bunch of good looking evidence to the people, but the trial went the other way. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Maybe she's dropping her load too quick, so to speak. But for her to come in and say, "Oh, the video proves me right," from what I was saying, it's like, nah, dude, no. All right, we see the vehicles trying to confront the fire there. Or, yeah, those are firefighting vehicles. There's a lot of them. A lot of firefighting vehicles right now. Let me see if I can get some more news on this. I feel like people were like the news outlets were more concerned about Palisade. I'm not seeing too many people report on this. The Palisade fire was like, and this looks, is it me or this looks worse? What do y'all think? This looks crazy, right, Crystal? This is more like what California looks like. So if you're going to say California is burning, this is Castaic, California, Castaic Lake area. Castaic? Don't worry about it, honeybee. That's fine. Near Santa Clarita. That's what we're looking at right now. And we were there from the beginning. We saw it spread on the stream. Hit the like, by the way, folks. Don't forget, you could support the channel with a super chat or a super sticker. And if you want to support, you could also subscribe, 100% free, and hit the like button, 100% free. Thank you, Kim Sims, for subscribing. Welcome, Kim Sims, for subscribing. I need 5 more subs. 5 more subs. Let's get the subathon going on right now. It doesn't appear to be a populated area now. But there is look, there's a lot of population right there. Just as you said that. Amor, you jinxed it. It's a lot of people. Probably more than Palisade. That looks nasty, man. Oh, yeah. Amor jinxed it. They were safe until... Not just kidding. Look at that. It's the view from far out. So far, this is out of control, man.
During this fire from Cal Fire, the jail that they're from, or the prison, excuse me, is about...
Okay, they're using prisoners.
Hi, good, thank you.
They're using prisoners right there. Are those prisoners? I think she said they're prisoners.
He's over by this fire truck right here, Cap. He's in front of the car. Let's go.
All right, I think these are prisoners.
Ready? Move it. Move it. Move it.
you guys are doing?
Got a cut line. Stop the fire. We got the drip torch. Drip torch is ready.
Where are you guys from?
Bring the drip torches up.
Yeah. Talk to me about, if you don't mind, just explaining to people watching this at home what you're doing.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just here to do my job. That's about it.
He doesn't know what he's doing.
Fight this fire, man.
So you guys cut the fire lines.
Yeah, we get the hand line.
Did you guys hear this?
Bring in the hoses. Right now we're about to burn.
Yeah. Anything that you guys want to say to people out there?
Just trying to save these people's homes and whatever surrounding us. For.
What do you think about this work that you guys get to do?
It's a blessing in disguise.
It's gonna change your life when you one day when you come out, change careers maybe?
It's a possibility. Yeah. Possibilities are endless.
Thank you so much.
Yes,
Be
ma'am.
safe.
You as well.
All right, these are prisoners. It looks like they're prisoners.
Let's go.
It's a little hectic, sorry guys, but we'll show you these flames. Just how close they are, give you a better idea. So this is Castaic Lagoon right here, and that's Lake Hughes Road.
Castaic Lake Jail has been evacuated.
On the other side is this Castaic RV park. So you can see how many people, how many fire personnel and emergency vehicles have rushed in all of a sudden. Whew.
Look at that fire. Looks nasty in the background, dude. Like it looks bad.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you know, we've seen what happens when a mobile home catches on fire, a mobile home park like this with all these RVs. It's not going to be good. So obviously they're going to try to get the flames to stop this forward progress. That's why they got all the tools, of course, is to build that fire line as quickly as possible and try to stop it from destroying any structures. So we're going to let them do their job. But yeah, it's pretty remarkable how quickly everybody kind of filed in here to this RV park as the flames have jumped over.
Look at how nasty that looks. It looks like a nuke.
That's happening at College of the Canyons, of course.
All right, here's another angle.
Into the night as need be. Let's bring in Star Harvey into our coverage now on this Wednesday afternoon. You were here during our Palisades and Eaton Fires coverage as well. And here we are again talking about the winds and how severe they are.
You know, in just a few hours, you know, Christine and Marla, we were all three here last night, and, you know, we had that lull in our wind activity. And just as I forecasted last night, we said that winds were due to pick right back up into today. And that's what's happening out there. I went ahead and checked in on some conditions right now around the fire where it's burning in Castaic. Temperatures out there right now, 70 degrees. Yesterday, around the same time, temperatures were in the lower 60s, so nearly 10 degrees higher. You have to think we have those warmer temperatures out there. The humidity value is at 10% out there, so extremely dry. I checked the humidity values through the rest of tonight, and we're not expecting the humidity to grow much, if any. It will not surpass about 20% getting through the rest of tonight.
Huge, right,
the winds out there, 17 miles per hour, still kicking up out of the northeast, but the problem is the gusts. We do still have some gusts out there. They're ranging at about 31 miles per hour. And, you know, forecasting here on our Futurecast multiple models showing that the winds are not expecting to back down much. In fact, we will not see them drop below that 20 mile per hour range until after the 5 p.m. hour. So that's still another, I'd say, hour and 40 minutes where we're expecting the winds to be pretty strong out there. That's according to our models. The surrounding areas, Santa Clarita, we have winds picking up at about 31 miles per hour in and through the area. I see across portions of Castaic Lake, 46 miles per hour, just a little north of the area. over and through Moore Park. Those winds gusting at about 46 miles per hour as well. And so with our red flag warning still in place, these are some of the conditions that we're expecting to keep here. We're going to be windy and dry through the rest of today, even pushing over into tomorrow. That red flag warning, just a reminder, not expiring until tomorrow at around that 8 o'clock hour. And so we could see, again, potentially more situations like this unrolling across the area. And then we have these summer-like temperatures, spring-like, not just for today, but rolling into tomorrow. I have to remind you, again, ladies, that temperatures are going to increase moving into tomorrow.
Yeah, but
all right, Star, thank you so much. We have Matthew Cedorf back there on the ground with an update. Matthew.
Yeah, we're seeing these helicopters making drops right now. We're on off of a Ridge Route Road. They're really trying to make these flames take a stop right where we are, because there are buildings and apartments right on the other side of the street.
SW4x4, thanks for becoming a member.
Really trying to tap this thing out before it crosses the street here. You can see these helicopters. I think this one's about to make a drop. We saw one just come by, make a drop with the siren that comes first. Looks like he's slowing down, might be taking a lap back. But James, if you want to flip it out here, we see the dozers out here now trying to stamp out all the hot spots and the flames that are on this dry grass. Is pushing towards this roadway where we are right now. And still see all the fire out in the fields too by those power lines. The flames just growing, the smoke very thick. And right on the other side of this street, I don't know if we can show it to you here, but James, there's apartment complexes right here. So this is the concern, right? We have all that fire pushing this way to the southwest with all these apartments where people are living right now. We just heard the police come by and tell everyone.
Folks, I want you to understand, I'm from California. These are middle class to poor people. These people really need help. Look, everyone needs help. I got to be careful what I say. Everyone needs help. But for everyone saying that there were only rich people losing their homes, that's completely false. Now we're seeing more evidence of that. Pasadena, middle class, hardworking people. These are people that wake up at 5 a.m. in the morning, go back home at 8 p.m. They're not gifted with a money tree.
To evacuate their homes as these flames got dangerously close, but for the most part right now, it looks like the firefighters have done a great job really getting this line to stop as it keeps pushing to the southwest towards the 5 right now. I'll go ahead and send it back to you.
No, Matthew, let's stick with your shot because that's a pretty powerful one. I just want to let our viewers know what they're looking at, though. So this here.
And as far as I can tell, no one's messed up here. This is just a effing fire, man. All right. They look like they have personnel. I don't know. Maybe something else comes out that somebody messed up, but I don't think there's anything they could have done here.
Once it's a structure, it can get even more out of control.
Yeah,
we've seen residents. Looks like we've got a couple here outside their car watching this closely, getting ready to leave. But again, look at this. The fire up in this tree right now. The fire just exploding in this tree with the flames.
Oh, wow.
Everything is just so dry right now. It just takes a little bit, one ember, and then it just lights off like that. Unbelievable to see as it seems like these helicopters, again, really trying to put a stop to this.
Yes.
Trying to prevent it from crossing.
Okay.
Right. Oh, they're making a drop right now. You can hear the siren.
What is it? Preamp the fire?
Drop.
Matthew, we're going to let you be just for a moment. We want to get to Haley Winslow. She's embedded literally with the inmate fire crews there.
Fire crew here.
For about the last 5 minutes or so, yeah, what they're trying to do is burn the fire back. They're lighting literally this brush on fire so that it doesn't hit the RV park and then it actually blows back the other way. So it's been pretty remarkable. Did you guys get everybody out?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah. So they got everybody out. It was unbelievable. So you can see them dropping the ignite fuel on the brush, and then it's just catching on fire, and they're hoping that it's going to blow back the other way, spread back the other way, and not keep going towards these mobile homes. But pretty incredible work by these inmates from Santa Cruz, these heroes.
When you just asked them if they got everybody out, were you referring to the RV park itself?
No, I was referring to the inmates. So there were a couple dozen of them back there, and they kind of ran forward really fast before the flames got them. So I was just making sure all of them got out okay.
Got it. Okay. So this is their assignment for the day, at least for now. This inmate crew from Santa Cruz is doing its part to cut the lines there and to prevent the fire from going further into the RV park.
Why not?
This is what you're hoping for?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, talk to me about what you guys just did.
We basically met the fire to the rest of it by drip torching.
Looks pretty good, you guys. Good work. That was remarkable. I've never seen anything like that.
Awesome. Thank you. We appreciate it.
And you're hoping that it blows back the other way?
Yeah, for sure it will. For sure it will.
For sure it will, they said. So if that works, they just saved all of these RVs and all these people that are counting on them. So really, really heroic work.
The mode section.
Did they come?
So we went up and down this kind of like makeshift fire line, Marla, yeah. I'm sorry, and they were putting ignition.
Girl, also remember, that's an all men's jail. They haven't seen a woman probably like a year. I would back up.
Fuel on it, and then we basically just run as the flames let up, and now the fire is kind of pushing back the other way towards the lake, towards Castaic Lagoon.
Yeah, unfortunately, we saw those devastating images from the Palisades fire with RV parks that were completely wiped out there along PCH. These inmate fire crews doing their part to hopefully keep the Castaic RV park intact. It looks like a massive RV park. Can you estimate hundreds of RVs there? Dozens? What do you think, Haley?
Let's see. I would say there's 50 on this row. There's probably at least a couple thousand RVs.
Wow. So it is. It's a massive RV park. I'm going to look that up just to do my own due diligence back here. And that was a beautiful shot we just saw from your camera. Thanks to your photographer out there, the Justin O'Brien behind the camera with that water drop.
Yeah, he's on it. He's our guy from Skyfox as well. So also doing some remarkable work. So now they're going to continue doing the same thing over here. We'll try to show you it in action once again. So it's pretty quickly. They line up right along this kind of makeshift fire road, and then they ignite the dry brush, and then it just
very interesting.
And so far it's working.
Can you ask them, have they been fighting the other fires we've had here in Southern California?
Like,
have you guys been fighting the other fires in Southern California?
Yes, we have.
Wow, what was that like for you guys?
It's been a ride, that's for sure. We just demobbed today, and here we are again.
Just when you think it's over, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Anything can happen out here.
Yeah, that's for sure. We're experiencing that. So were you at the Palisades fire or the Altadena fire?
The Palisades fire, yes.
Talk to me about that. What was kind of the craziest part, the most heartbreaking part that you saw?
Just seeing all the people's homes burned down and all the turmoil, and just thinking about their displacement.
What's your name, sir?
I'm Damien Browning.
Thank you for your heroism. Did you guys do the same sort of work there? With
Yes.
The fire lines?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Is there anything you want to say to people who live in this area?
Just try to stay safe, Stay safe and watch your surroundings.
Thank you. Where are you guys going now? What's the next step?
I'm about to find out from the captain right now, and
we'll stand by. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Haley, I got to wonder how exhausted they are having covered the Palisades fire. As you talk,
there is a controversy about these guys working because they get paid like $1. I think, don't quote me, but people kind of consider this like slave labor. So there is controversy with using inmates. But I got to research it before I have more opinions on it.
So here we go. We're going to listen to the captain.
To the fence, and let's start cutting line this way. And then we're going to take hose to you. And then the torches stay here and we'll burn them. Copy? Okay. Torches stay here. Good there.
You need help with that?
You guys are not in a good spot over here. I wouldn't be down here. I'll take off in a second.
Okay, so look, I don't know if this is accurate.
Chapter 5, let's go.
I don't know if this is accurate, but it says between $5.80 to $10.24 per day. Plus an extra hour dollar while responding. So that, I don't know if this is accurate. So these guys get paid $5.80 to $10.24 a day. That's according to Google. I asked how much do inmate firefighters get paid in California? $5.80 to $10.24. So I don't know. What do you guys think of that? A day.
The Hughes fire broke out just before 11 a.m. today, and they have been assigned
They're
to
risking their
cut
lives.
some
Look at that.
lines to help the spread. And this particular area, if you're
I
familiar
don't
with
know
the
about
area,
that
this is
term.
right near the Castaic RV Park. I want to let you know that the Angeles National Forest just put out a new update for a temporary evacuation point that has been announced at Hart High School. This is in Santa Clarita. So again, Hart High School is being used as a temporary evacuation point as we look live at these fire crews and doing their hand crews and cutting those lines. Animals evacuation centers, we know this is a big deal. So for the large pets, Pierce College and Woodland Hills has once again opened its doors for large animals. We saw that happen with both the fires that we covered in the last couple of weeks. Small pets can be taken to Palmdale, Agora, along with Lancaster Animal Care Centers. This information from the Angeles National Forest. So if you have a small pet that needs to be evacuated, there are animal care centers at Palmdale, Agora, and Lancaster. They're open and willing to take your animals. It is amazing to watch this fire burn here in the Castaic area and the work of those ground crews that are cutting those lines. We think of the area that they're protecting right now, which is that RV park that has so many residents who call that home Castaic Lake RV Park. There you see it right there.
Look at that.
They've made amazing progress in cutting a fire line right there. But if you think beyond that Castaic Lake RV Park, you have other businesses. There's a Days Inn by Wyndham down to the south. There's a Castaic Sports Complex. There's an Arco gas station. So if they can stop that fire from reaching any kind of structure, that's a big thing, because below that RV park, it's kind of a buffer between the countryside and more structures. And they can stop that fire from burning that RV park, which would then bring it more into the communities there. Amazing work on their part. I'm on the Castaic RV Park website, and that's what they note, Christine. I'm glad you brought all of that up, that they are a short distance from Magic Mountain. And of course, from movie theaters, shopping, dining, and they go on to list the other businesses that you can frequent if you are at this Castaic Lake RV Park, as it is officially known. So this is the area that the bigger picture is, and then the smaller picture, that is Skyfox showing you the flames from above. So this is an all hands on deck firefight. The Hughes fire underway for coming up will be 5 hours since the flames have erupted. The best news in all of this, and we may be repetitive, but it's good repetitive news, is that we have not heard of any structure loss. CAL FIRE is monitoring the acreage according to their website, and they update slowly, or they update when they can. Let me say that. CAL FIRE puts this at 5,054 acres. Of course, 0% contained. We haven't even gotten to that juncture yet. The whole point at this point is to just try to stop the forward progress. And it is a tall task given all of the dry vegetation out there. Yeah, we are watching again this inmate crew on the ground here. We're going to go to reporter Matthew Seedorf, who's also there on the ground in the Castaic area. Matthew, go ahead.
Yeah, we're just a couple of blocks from where Haley is,
Man,
off
I'm
of
really
River Route
shocked
Road, where
with
that
this.
fire was pushing to the southwest, right next to some apartment complexes. We saw some helicopters make some drops. And fortunately, it seems like it's at least slowed it down. You can see kind of what's left. This is kind of what was burning in that field, just kind of dry brush, leaves, grass that's burning now. After they made that drop, it really slowed things down. Even if you pan further out, I mean, there's just kind of spots of that. We've been seeing firefighters going in here and trying to stamp it all out. just really trying to make sure that it doesn't cross the River Route Road as it kind of pushes to the southwest towards the 5. We are seeing those winds, though. I mean, it's intense. The winds and the smoke out here, it stings, and it's consistent at this point. Those winds really pushing towards the 5. I'd estimate right now we're probably less than a half mile from the 5, so it is close. I know that they closed it down.
Right,
but
watch
in
this.
area,
Watch this real quick. You guys are going to be shocked.
The last several minutes, it does.
Look how big this looks. Hold on a second. Look at the size of this.
And just in the last several minutes, it does appear that the fire has completely jumped Lake Hughes Road. So even that natural fire break is not helping, and part of that is due to a major shift in the wind in the last half hour or so. As we were coming through the Newhall Pass, heading through Santa Clarita Valley, we were feeling some very heavy turbulence, very evident of some low-level winds that are whipping through these canyons right along the 5 freeway. And as you mentioned, Alan, just moments ago, they have taken a major step in shutting down the 5 freeway. It's obviously a huge development that, amongst other things, is going to immediately impact evacuation routes from this area. And to that regard, they are about to issue some more evacuation orders in the next several minutes. Don't know exactly what all of them will include, but some of it will include Copper Canyon, which is a major populated area of the city of Valencia, which is just along the 5 freeway. You can see the 5 freeway right there in the middle of all of that smoke, just to the west of Castaic, of Lake Castaic, or Castaic Lake, I should say. So some very populated areas could be in the line of fire here as the fire begins to skirt around the eastern edge of the lake and towards the south. It's moving. The winds are coming from the north, moving this fire south, driving it along the perimeter of Castaic Lake. It is spotting ahead of itself. It is spotting across Lake Hughes Road, and there is now a major water treatment facility on the left side here coming up that you'll be able to catch a glimpse of that is now only within a couple of 100 yards away from the closest flame. So that is going to be a primary concern for firefighters. They are already talking about how to defend that water treatment facility. Obviously, some major infrastructure now in the headwinds of this fire that is burning towards the 5 freeway, shutting down the 5 freeway.
Wow. 5 freeway in
winds.
And this tree obviously is just one thing. And then right on the other side of the street is an apartment complex. So it's really important that they knock as much of this down as they can so it doesn't spread from what is just a tree to a possible building or a business just very close by.
Matthew Seedorf and James Wolf behind the camera. Thank you so much. We'll check back with you in just a moment. Let's go to, as we see this shot of that aircraft about to make some sort of a drop. We want to get to the ground. Oh, that's a nice shot. Let's just see it. Let's just stick with this shot for a second here. This is, of course, live coverage from Skyfox of the Hughes fire. And now we don't see that aircraft anymore. You can see the Phos-Check lines, though, that have been there. And there is another aircraft. Let's watch and see. Maybe it made the drop. Maybe it hasn't. That's been the big difference in this firefight. What we didn't, there it is. Beautiful shot. Beautiful shot. Welcome that site right there. And look how much territory it looks like they're able to cover with that piece of aircraft there. Amazing. Yeah, we didn't get to see that much in the first couple of days of the Palisades and Eaton fires. So it's welcome. It's a welcome site here as we're wall-to-wall coverage on the Hughes fire. Back to the ground. Ashley Rodriguez, you are there. Tell us where you are and current situation.
Hey, so we are right in front of the Stonegate community right now. This is Lake Hughes Road and Ridge Route Road right now, and we're all kind of breathing a sigh of relief. I just want to bring your attention to the hillside. Just moments ago, there was huge flames on the ground. It looked like it was crawling.
Folks, this is within driving distance from me. I may go over there. If you want me to go over there, subscribe to this channel, and I'll get a taste of what the interest is. Okay, subscribe to this channel right now. I see the subs coming in. Let me know if you subscribed. Trying to get 80,000 subscribers. We're almost there. I could probably get footage on location, but I need to see your support by subscribing. Thank you.
Closer and closer to where I'm standing, but now you see the only flames we can see from this vantage point is that line of flames. So it looks like firefighters are getting a handle on this spread. This community that I'm standing in is under mandatory evacuation orders, but so many people have decided to stay
a lot of
and
people
just
want me to
soak their
go. A lot of
homes.
people
I'm
just
joined
come.
now by
I'll be at a distance, okay? You want me to go, cover it there at a distance, safe distance, subscribe.
Had about 3 phone calls. My Watch Duty app went off, and I have 2 small children that both go to school up here. So I just looked at one of the cooks and I said, I'm out of here. I called my husband, and we've had the flu at our house. I call him and he's like, oh, I can't keep taking off of work. And I'm like, there's a huge fire.
And just so you guys have context, we're actually standing right in front of her home so that if these flames were to jump or the wind pick up embers, it's a real threat. And how does that make you feel knowing everything that's already happened in the past couple of weeks? Are you at all scared?
We're very nervous. So I rushed home. I went and got my daughter from school up the road. Immediately, we packed up the car, got all our belongings, our paperwork, documentation, and I just started soaking my house. I wetting it down as good as I can. And I'm just thankful for all these firefighters and police officers that are here helping us out.
Yeah. It's got to be so surreal to be putting stuff in a bag thinking, okay, my home could burn, especially with what we've seen. What did that feel like? I mean, did you even have clarity of mind to get what you needed?
You really don't. You really don't. In the moment, you don't know what's important, what's not, and you're looking at everything going, what do I grab? And then you look at your bag and go, I haven't even put anything in it yet. So it's a really tough moment, but I think we got the right things, and luckily we have friends and family that are close that are letting us come over. We're going to be taking off here real soon. So.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I was going to ask, what is it going to take for you to eventually evacuate as we watch these flames kind of dance around this mountainside, this hillside? When do you think you're going to pull the trigger?
I think that I wanted to wait until we got the official knock on the door from the sheriff's department. And it looks like it's clearing up.
All right, let's go ahead and bring your
All right,
attention
good
to what
news. It looks like
just
it's
got all the
clearing up.
firefighters cheering over there. They just did a big water drop. It does look like they are getting this stamped out and at least contained for now. We'll go ahead and send it back to you in the studio, but clearly out here breathing a sigh of relief. For a second there, it was a little hairy. We weren't sure what was going on.
Go.
The flames were so
Let's
big,
go.
but it looks like firefighters are getting this under control. Send it
Yeah,
back to you.
Firefighters are
So
kicking ass.
noting that
Let's
your
go.
location is north of where our other reporters, Haley and Matthew,
Get that
are,
bitch, man.
closer
Fuck the
to
fire. Let's
Castaic
go.
Lagoon, but there's a number of businesses in that area besides that home association, Stonegate Castaic Association. We are looking at concerns, though, as this fire has spread. Now we're hearing 1,000 acres now. 8,000. Oh,
yeah, 8,096 acres.
Wow.
CAL FIRE just updating this, the acreage of this fire as we look at the Erickson Aero tanker. A beautiful sight that is. We were reporting 5,054. That was the last check within the last couple of hours. And now it has grown by more than 3,000 acres. Again, this started just about 5 hours ago at 50 acres. So the rate of spread is incredible.
Yeah, we were there
given that
kind
we're
of at the
already up to beyond 8,000 acres. Also underway down below there, the Pitchess Detention Center. Let me just get this information up. This is for LA County, the Pitchess Detention Center in Castaic. That is what we're being told is under a partial evacuation with 400 inmates being relocated. So that is something that doesn't happen all the time. I'm seeing some sources say that it's been 4 decades since inmates have had to be evacuated in any way, shape, or form. I want to get that confirmed. But the Peter J. Pitchess Detention Center in Castaic under partial evacuation, reportedly 400 inmates are relocating right now because of the Hughes fire that has now grown to more than 8,000 8,000 acres.
According to the LA Times, it's a 5,000 person jail complex. So wondering how much of a concern they have there. Do they need to evacuate the whole location here?
5,000
Obviously a big concern
inmates?
as the sheriff then of LA County would be watching that one and deciding whether to evacuate. It is LA County's northernmost jail, but obviously fire knows no boundaries, whether you are a homeowner, a renter, or you are incarcerated in one of the jails here. A concern for everybody there as we watch this fire moving towards the 5 freeway, moving to the southwest towards the 5 freeway. It's called the Hughes Fire. As we continue to look at the map there, gives you a picture. If you know the area, you know it well. You know Lake Hughes Road, you know the 5 freeway. Many people just know that area as they pass through the 5 freeway going to Central or Northern California. Others know the area for perhaps
5,000
Magic Mountain, a vacation spot.
Yeah.
But this is an area where a lot of people live. They like that they're not quite in the city of Los Angeles. They love the beautiful mountain ranges there. They love the warmer temperatures. They love that view of California that is a little bit different from other parts. The mountains are gorgeous to drive through, especially on a beautiful sunny California day. But then you have the fire risk. Very hot there, very dry there, as it is all across Southern California. And you have the winds, of course, not the strong winds, Marla, that you saw with Palisades and the Altadena fire, but still we know what the damage winds can do here in Southern California.
Absolutely. You make a good point. These are weaker winds than we saw 2 weeks ago, but nonetheless, they can be really devastating, and they have pushed this fire to grow to more than 8,000 acres. If you think of it, Christine, the Eaton fire is just over, it's been at 14,000 plus acres, and we are more than halfway there in just a few hours. And that is because this is really just a traditional brush fire, wildfire that is raging out of control. There's not a lot of structures nearby. That is the saving grace, the silver lining, if you will. Let's hope that it stays that way. You mentioned the 5 being such an important route, and I'm looking on Google Maps. It essentially extends from Six Flags Mountain, and it's all lit up in red, of course. It goes by through Castaic. It goes through, let's see, some other points of interest that you may know about. Vaquero Beach.
Look at that.
Not be able to stop this.
Is that nuts or what?
Not be able to stop.
Nuts. Ultra call out.
Not be able to stop this.
Guy says I don't think they'll be able to stop it.
Not be able to stop this.
And a lot of these neighbors, they have their pets out, they packed up their luggage, their bags. A lot of them are just kind of watching and waiting with their car ready to go. Gabriel, he's over here. He's been hosing down the outside of his apartment complex. I mean, you've never been, you said this is the most frightening thing that you've seen in terms of fire.
We saw this guy already.
This has been the closest it's ever been. I've been here for 12 years, 12 years, and this is probably the closest the fire has gotten.
I'm looking at the LA County Fire Department, Fire Station 149.
Folks, we're 15 likes away from 300 likes, so we could do that.
A lot of these neighbors, they have their pets out, they packed up their luggage, their bags.
Is there a press conference right now for this? I know.
car ready to go. Gabriel, he's over here. He's been hosing down the outside of his apartment complex. I mean, you've never been. You said this is the most
Ooh, look at this.
thing that you.
I don't know when there's a press conference, if there's going to be one. Welcome all the new subs, folks. New subscribers, welcome. I still see a lot of lurkers that are not subscribed. I need 5 more subs right now as I speak. 5 more subs. No, carbonized. I think you stepped away. You're saying, why don't they have the inmates come out and fight fires? They did. They just showed them. They showed them. I don't know if you were on or if you stepped away. They did that here. No, they have inmates. The controversy is that they pay them about $10 at the most a day. No, the inmates were kicking ass a little while ago. No, yeah, they were kicking ass a little while ago. So this is going to go on like for a very long time. But look at that size of that fire. You know, it's kind of cool because people look at, even though they're not like traditionally trained firemen, they look at them and the people are praising them, and then maybe they could turn their life around if they have a troubled life. You know, I don't know, depending on the situation, they get motivated to do something if they're, if they're lost. And also, they should also hire like civilians to do that as well at like minimum wage or whatever, a little bit more than minimum wage. Why not? Yeah, it gives them purpose. Well, they need very good training, but why the firefighters, the inmate firefighters are trained, but I doubt they're trained as hard as the firemen, or they've passed requirements as much as a fireman. Chris, where do you live? Do you live in California? They're cutting your power. Who just got here, folks? Let me know if you just got here. I'm wondering if there's new people coming in. Wow, Chris, sorry to hear that. Edison keeps cutting us off because we're the center of the we'll see fire. Really? Lurking member, thank you very much. I saw that. Thank you for being a member. Thanks for supporting the channel. It really helps. Helps buy me coffee, folks. If you want to buy me some coffee or a donut for breakfast or something healthy, you could donate Cash App, Super Chat, Super Sticker, whatever. But the main thing you could do is subscribe right now. Almost at 82,000 subscribers. I see that 30% of you watching are not even subscribed. How dare you? Ha! No, don't worry about it, Carbonized. You're here. That's all we need. I know a lot of people cannot afford donating. 100% dope. Cool. Don't worry about it. But show up, enjoy the content. That's the main thing. That's what we want. Show up, enjoy the content. That keeps the spirits up. I'm always going to be asking for support to keep the lights on, but it's not required. You know that. Everyone knows that. Thanks, Carbonized. What is this?
26 near Newhall Ranch Road.
Oh my God,
Southbound
look at this.
closures begin at Grapevine Road. There is also no timeline for reopening. LA County officials do have a news conference scheduled for 5 o'clock. We'll bring that to you live
News
when it
conference
happens.
at 5,
All right, our
folks.
McCollum Medina has been on this fire really from the beginning. Mac, we understand you've moved down to Ridge Route Road at this point.
Right, we're just south of Castaic Lagoon. That fire, look at this, just burned through this area. You can see how much charred land is over there. Helicopters flying above us as they get water, but the concern is these hot spots that we're showing you right now. You can see fire crews on the other side of the tree here trying to put out these hot spots that continue to burn. This whole area was just covered with flames about 30 minutes ago. Charred land, and the concern for a lot of folks is right over there. Look at that. Asusena to the left over here. You can see all those
right, I'm going to be covering the you want me to cover the press conference? I'm going to be doing that
as soon as the fire broke out here because they wanted to make sure that those RVs were not damaged by the fire. You can see crews are still positioned outside of those RVs, putting out the hot spots that are closest to those areas. It's not just RVs as well. We have big power lines that run through here. This goes right into the residential area of Castaic and then right down toward the 5 freeway.
Stop fire. Don't ask me. I don't know.
Those lines were
I'm not an
built
expert.
When the flames
it seems kind of obvious,
but it is a concern certainly for firefighters. And we're going to turn around if we can a little bit, Asusena, and we can show just how close it was to the apartments here along the major road there. You can see there's one apartment there, and then there's several just right there along the roadway. That's how close this fire came to those homes. Those are all under mandatory evacuations, and for the most part, as we've been driving by through the air, it looks like everyone has packed up and left, but a lot of work still ahead, and certainly a lot of these hotspots that they're still trying to put out here. And if we can look, you pointed out to me, Austin said a short time ago, there was a bit of a flare up right there on the hillside. You can see small kind of flames there on the hillside. That's because the wind has been blowing south here for the better part of the last 30, 40 minutes or so.
Thank you.
And we've seen those
Carbonite Stardust becomes a member. Yo, thank you so much, Carbonite Stardust.
Pop up there on the hillside. You heard the choppers. You heard the big planes that flew through. They have dropped some mostly water on this area. We did
those emojis renewed. Yeah.
There. That's certainly good news.
Let's see those emojis.
They're from all over the place. By the way, LA County, we saw Kern County here with their dozer doing what they can to pop down the fire. There's one of the choppers above us. And there's another chopper right over there. It's coming in to get some water from the lagoon area and then drop some water into the hot spots that are closer to the ridge up by Lake Hughes Road. This area is charred. It is still smoldering. And with these winds picking up,
it is
certainly a concern for firefighters. So we're going to keep a close eye on this area. We're going to head a little bit further south where there does appear to be some active fire burning right now, and then come back to you live from there. Back to you guys.
Mac, are there people in those RVs? Were there?
No, we think they're also. We don't think anyone stayed. They were under mandatory evacuation, so we think they've all evacuated. If you can see over here, Austin, you can see there are firefighters on top of the roof here. Some of those RVs, they're again just making sure there are no fires there. We haven't seen any people inside those RVs.
Carbonite Stardust with the 5 gifted memberships. Yo, thank you so much. This really helps support. Get me some dinner. Carbonite Stardust, get 5 gifted memberships. Folks, if you just got gifted a membership, let's see those emojis. Let's get those emojis spawning up. Folks, Carbonite Stardust, hearts for you. Another 10 gifted memberships. Carbonite Stardust. Carbonite Stardust. Oh, thank you for my birthday. Thank you so much, Carbonized. Let's support her right there in the comments, folks. If you are a new member, if you got a free membership, hit those emojis, hit those hearts, tag Carbonite Stardust in the comments. Let me know where you're watching from in the comments as well. Who got it? Who got it? Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, this is the way we do. Much love, Carbonite Stardust. Thank you so much for watching. 4 hours strong here covering the fires. Shelly's in the house as well. Much love to Carbonite Stardust for gifting 15 memberships, 16 including herself. Thank you so much, Carbonite Stardust. Nana has become a member. Thank you so much. This is the way you do it. Support small content creators. Yeah, let's go.
They were concerned because the fire appeared to be coming toward their direction with the wind. The wind shifted and then went south. They look like they might be in the clear right now, but that's probably too close, early to say for anyone right now, but it doesn't look like active flames are moving in their direction. So they're watching very closely, like a lot of folks who did stay, even though there are mandatory evacuations, they did have evacuation plans in place. The fire got too close. There's another chopper going above us right now.
And Matt, can you tell us before you go, what's the wind situation right now? How has it changed?
And we need 2 more likes to get 300 likes, folks.
West. Then we moved down to the other side of the lagoon. It was burning east and west. We saw kind of a loop around the lagoon, and then it's now for the better part of the last hour or so has been moving south. which is, if you want to look at some good news, south means there's less homes, right? It's mostly open area at this point. We do, of course, have this small RV area, but beyond that, it's just open land. There's a lot of brush,
wind,
though, to burn.
gets a little crazy too. So I know all these efforts that I'm
this area
seeing from
got,
them is really huge. It
massive
makes me
amounts
feel
of rain
safe. And
over
I'm
the last couple of years, and that meant a lot more growth, which means, of course, a lot more fuel for the fire. So lots of negatives with that, but one positive is the homes, at least here in the Castaic area, on the west side, and the wind is
Are
not blowing in
stationed
that
up all
direction.
over west of the
All right,
5, and
Mac,
maybe if they have
thank you
like
so
some
much for
helicopters.
that. We're going to let you
heat
move out of
signatures
the
west of
area
the
and
5
find another
because
spot for
this
us.
fire,
Take care.
I mean, we have to remember that's what happened with the Woolsey fire.
On the
You
phone
may
with us right
remember
now,
the
Ruby
LA County
Gonzalez.
fire.
She's
Their
a
original estimate for
spokesperson
that
for
fire,
Angeles National
100
Forest.
acres.
We
That was before it
understand
moved
that's
down
been
and jumped the
closed.
101 freeway.
What's the latest update you have, Ruby?
Right now, for confirmed acres, it's 5,054 acres. For your most up-to-date evacuation information, please visit Genesis Protect, and residents should also sign up for the LA County Emergency Alert.
Thank you for the support.
As you've mentioned before, we've had very little precipitation, so we have a lot of dry brush. And the fire is also challenged by steep terrain.
So what problem does that pose? If it's the steep terrain, do you have to fight only by the air? Are you able to get any ground forces in there? What are you hearing from firefighters?
Yeah, so we do have some ground support, and this just means that it's a rapid rate of speed, so it's going very fast, and it is wind-driven. We also have a lot of dry air.
It certainly is really dry out there, and we've seen the erratic winds. Can you tell us any more about, I know there's no containment on
Can
this,
we get some hearts for Crystal for the
really
super
thick
sticker,
fire retardant being put down. How is the progression going? Are they able to get any lines around this?
Not that I have confirmed yet, unfortunately.
Ruby, we heard Supervisor Catherine Barger say earlier
thank you, Crystal.
that LA County is fortunate in that we still have residual firefighters or boots on the ground
Thanks for the tips.
from the Eaton Fire and the Palisades fire. And they're being deployed here, some of them, because in essence, they're in a mop-up mode. Can you address that at all for us?
Yeah, we have currently hundreds of firefighters on scene. I don't have an exact number, but all of our efforts are focused on putting the fire out as quickly as possible.
And are there is there any concern about some firefighting forces from out of town left after those fires? Would you bring more in to help, or do we feel pretty confident right now with what we have?
We're pretty confident, but we will accept any help that's available.
All right, Ruby Gonzalez, spokesperson for Angeles National Forest. Thanks so much.
Of course. Bye-bye.
Appreciate your time. I know you're busy out there. All right, Melissa McGee, we heard
Folks,
Mac talk
about... quick announcement. I do have a Patreon. We do have a Patreon. There's a paid version that gives you a few perks, but there's a free version. It's very important. You will get free content there. Drop the link right now if you want to join the Patreon. There's a free version of it. Limited time. Head over there, join the Patreon. Dropping the link in the comments. I'm spamming a little bit. We're going to be showing the press conference. Are you part of the free Patreon or are you part of the paid Patreon? Let me know in the comments. Let's see what's up. Updates more on this wildfire. This is how the map looks for the fire. 91% contained. Is that right? Did I read that right? Oh, we're the Hughes fire. This is the Hughes fire overview. Let's see. It's creeping over the hill. Hughes fires erupts in Castaic area. Look, oh my God, look at this, folks. That's crazy. Look at that. You hear the wind. Check this out. Yeah, why is the smoke so black? That's a good question. Why is the smoke so black? See them throwing the fire repellent in there. Sorry.
Hours, so within the next 45 minutes or so. But still, we do still have that red flag warning, and in fact, it's been extended past tomorrow. I just checked in with the National Weather Service, and they are extending it to now Friday at 10 a.m. This is not just going to be for the gusty winds, but also that low humidity value. The humidity value out there is in the teens right now. You know, in this wind event that we are currently in, it is registering as major, and you know, rightfully so. You see it right there on the screen. You know, just to put things into perspective for you, there's 4 categories. There's minor, moderate, major, and extreme.
Folks, if I offer, okay, California is expensive to live in. If I gave you 75% off, would you buy a house here? 75% off? Honestly, if I'm looking at this, no, because that means you're going to lose whatever the 25% is. No one wants to come anymore. You would, Chris? Flowers, no. The more it eats, the bigger it gets. No wonder why they call fires dragons. Yep. Chris, you're from Cali? Give me actually sound off. What city, country, or state you're watching from right now? I always love asking that question.
Duty app. They are very helpful with knowing how many acres those fires are burning, but also the evacuation parts that need to get out, right? But also this fire, fast moving Santa Ana winds, they are driving this fire. It is not like what we've seen in Palisade. I do want to stress that. We heard the battalion chief, Brent Pasqua, say that, you know, you still want to take heed. You want to stay out of the way of these fires. We are continuing to see that the winds will not let up. They are expecting to still move at this fast pace. And, you know, we've been forecasting not just the winds through at least tomorrow, but we have some rain on the way. We have precipitation on the way. And precipitation-wise, we are not forecasting much as of right now, but still it could do or pose a new set of problems for us here across Southern California. Our coast and our valleys, we're expecting to see anywhere from about 1/4 of an inch to 1/2 of an inch, and some of our foothills to our mountains could see more than that, so about 1/2 an inch to an inch. And also, before the weekend comes to an end, we are talking a chance of thunderstorms as well. This is going to put us in the likelihood of those mudslides, but also that debris flow.
Mudslides.
If
I'm
you
gonna be
are
on here
anywhere
reporting on
downhill of
mudslides.
these locations, you know, that does pose an issue across the area. I want to remind you.
Folks, I don't want to report on fires. This pisses me off. It's sad. I want to report on cookies. I want to report on ice cream. I want to report on, I don't know, something nicer, not mudslides and fires burning things. So terrible.
Feel those winds rocking you from side to side. There's 39-mile-per-hour winds over in Santa Clarita. These are our gusts. And, you know, that's those bursts of winds that really just do push out from time to time. Our winds are expected to continue through tonight, pushing into tomorrow. And, yes, a reminder for you just coming through from the National Weather Service, our red flag warning has been updated. So, Marla and Christine, I really do hope that we are able to, you know, get this under containment fast, because the winds are expecting to continue to peak through today and move over into portions of tomorrow.
Well, Star, we are watching a frost check drop right here on the right, but I'm also
Here we go,
worried that
another
it's going to
drop.
be dark out as well sooner. You know, it gets so dark.
It's gonna get
so early these days.
It gets
Tell
dark
me one more
early
time,
because
if you, could,
you guys
Star,
change the time. Not you guys,
prognosis
but
for the evening
daylight
when it
saving
comes to the
time is
winds. What are we
bullshit,
looking at?
man. It's
Nightfall
not getting
here.
darker
Yeah,
now.
so as of right now, I can tell you that winds right now in that area about 17 miles per hour. They are gusting in the 30 range. I forecasting as of right now and moving into that 5 o'clock hour, we should see those winds become calmer, but they are expecting to pick right on back up. And this is, again, at the 6 o'clock hour. I'm going to have to check in on our models to see how strong they're going to get. But according to the criteria put out by our red flag warning, we could see those winds gusting as high as 30 to 50 mile per hour. And then in some of those isolated areas, we could see them getting as high as 65. So you have to imagine when this fire started, we were in that 30 range. And so going 65, that's more than double the gust of what we had when it all started here.
Okay, so we're still a couple hours away until those 30 to 50 mile per hour gusts are forecasted, and we're about an hour away from sunset. So darkness will be upon us soon, and that's always when it looks a lot more ominous, especially given how big this is at more than 8,000 acres. Star, thanks so much. Let's get to the ground. We have Matthew Seedorf. He is right near the 5 at Tapia Canyon Road. Matthew?
I've never seen anything like this. We literally saw the fire, like it was so small compared to this when we started this broadcast. If you just got here, you could go back and check.
You know, quiet. There's very few cars on there, minus, you know, first responders. But I do want to show you just the line of firefighters out here watching this closely, because this is the southernmost edge of where this fire is pushing towards the 5. And it does seem like they're just trying to do everything they can to make it stop here. We've been talking about defense, but they are doing a really good job playing defense. And right now, again, just trying to prevent it from crossing the 5. You can see the flames on the other side of the power lines, possibly with the firefighters looking out over at it. We've been seeing the dozer up in there, as well as just several remarkable drops of frost check and water from helicopters and planes into this canyon. Just remarkable to see. And then, James, even if I don't know if you can flip it this direction, but the amount of firefighters out here is really remarkable. I mean, A+ job in responding. You can see all the firefighters on that edge as well, really trying to get ahead of this. You got to think of all the firefighter resources in town for the other fires that we've been experiencing the last couple of weeks. It seems like a lot of those resources have been put on this. And with those winds, it's definitely necessary given the situation. But again, where we are, it looks like this is kind of the last line of defense before it approaches the 5, and they're doing everything they can to try to prevent it from crossing over the 5. I'll go ahead and send it back to you.
Matthew, you make a great point. We just had a CAL FIRE battalion chief on with us who literally came from the fire lines in the Palisades to be here at the Hughes fire, and he said exactly the same thing, that a lot of the resources there from Palisades is now being used here at Hughes. I asked him if that's going to impact as they still try to get 100% containment on the Palisades fire, and he said at this point, no.
So I'm going to play this. Some of you didn't see this. Carbonized Stardust, are you still in here? I'm going to play this for you because you supported a lot.
Surrounding us. That's what we're here for.
What do you think about this work that you guys
These
get
are
to do?
the volunteer inmates being interviewed. So you can watch this.
Just trying to save these people's homes and whatever's surrounding us. That's what we're here for.
What do you think about this work that you guys get to do?
It's a blessing in disguise.
Is it going to change your life when you one day when you come out, change careers? Maybe?
It's a possibility. Possibilities are endless.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yes,
Be
ma'am.
safe.
You as well.
Who's a prisoner inmate? What are they? Hospital firefighters? That's what I said. Yeah, it's an extra chance for them to
Just trying to
proud.
save
It
these
gives them-
people's homes
it
and
elevates
whatever's
them.
surrounding us. That's what we're here for.
What do you think
That's
about
what I'm saying. Like they're a lot of these guys and gals are gonna get they're gonna be like, wow, I could turn something around, turn my life around, depending on who they are. Some people are just you can't turn them around no matter what, but people are calling them heroes. They could do something for themselves and make some money, and people will really look up to them. You know, I like that.
Just trying to save these people's homes and whatever's surrounding us. That's what we're
And they ran to the fire like they were like brave.
here for.
What do you
Sense of pride. There you go.
think about this work that you guys get to do?
It's a blessing in disguise.
Is it going to change your life when you one day when you come out, change careers? Maybe?
It's a possibility.
Yeah.
Possibilities are endless.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yes,
Be
ma'am.
safe.
You as well.
Absolutely.
Just trying to save these people's homes and whatever's surrounding us. That's what we're here for.
And crossing the 5 and getting out of control more than it already is.
We love seeing
brother
all the
did that
water
for 5
drops and
years,
the
Chris?
check drops. So Matthew Seedorf, great work down there. Thank you so much. Let's get to Haley Winslow. She
Thank you for
is,
making
are
our
you still near
coverage.
that RV park? And apparently you're close to some flames.
Fire with
Hey there, you guys. Yeah, we're on the south end as well, just right by Matthew Seedorf. Basically, the fire's coming right at us. You can see they're trying to make this fire break right now. We've got some dozers on the hill right there. We've kind of got a natural fire break with this road right here, but we've got dozers on all sides. You can see the smoke kind of billowing towards us as it's moving towards the southwest, as Matthew was just saying as well. So we have, I recognize his face, Adam Van Gertpen. He's actually going to help us out just as a friend. He's coming to us from the Palisades fire. He's with LAFD, with city. This is, of course, the county fire. But just seeing this,
Okay, so
you
this
know,
is
the
county.
magnitude of all of these fires, it's been, what, 2 weeks at least of this? What do you think looking at this?
Yeah, so we're in our second week, and as I said, this is the LA County fire right now. We do have our Cal Fire OES resources are assisting here with this. But this is why we said that even though at the Palisades fire, we've been very concerned about the wind. We're still in red flag conditions, and there could be new starts in other areas. So this is a new start in a completely separate section, completely separate area. But this is why we still have over 5,100 firefighters on scene at the Palisades fire.
And on the heels of the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire and now the
This
Hughes
fire
fire
is
that it's
nasty,
exploded to
man.
8,000 acres.
I know
this
I'm
doesn't
repeating
even
myself,
look
but
real.
this
I mean,
is
what are your
crazy,
thoughts
man.
looking out at this?
Well, so we are starting to deploy some of our resources from the Palisades fire are starting to come to the Hughes fire now. So we're all, as well as some of our air assets as well. So
Hey, folks, just so you know, we're almost at 72,000 subscribers right now. Double check that you are subscribed. I need 5 more subscribers. We'll get a little bit closer. We're less than 400 subscribers away from 72,000 subscribers. We need 400 total. That's easy. We got the people here right now. I'm looking at the stats. Subscribe.
Fire, and you heard him say they're having to pull resources from the Palisades fire that's mostly under control. As far as it's not like this, that's just exploded to 8,000 acres. So you can see it on the hill really igniting there as the dozers come through to build more of a fire break, if you will. And then we've got this road here. This is called Charlie Canyon. So then we've got this this kind of fire road right here that would hopefully serve as a break as well. This is Haley Winslow reporting live from Castaic Lake, and I will send it back to you guys.
Keep a look at your picture.
Oh my God, she's so close to the fire. She's way too close to the fires, man. Look at that. She's gonna ruin her health. Is it me or she's too close to the fires? That's right. We could go to 100,000. Just everybody here has to subscribe. We've had enough people here today to get to 100,000 subs, but people don't subscribe. I don't know why. It's really easy. We're less than 400 away from 72,000. We could do it step by step.
For people who live in that area, if they want to know where are these flames, Haley is south of Castaic Lagoon. She's dropped down much below the RV park that she was at before. If you know the area, there's a Los Angeles County Animal Care facility right near where she's at there at Charlie Canyon Road. It is to the east of the 5 freeway. If you were to drop down farther south, you would hit Cedar Lodge. If you were to drop across the 5 freeway to the west, you would hit Castaic Elementary
Make sure to
School.
keep the conversation going in the comments,
West. But you can see Haley's in an area that is pretty much grasslands. It is brush. It is shrubbery. I don't see any major structures or neighborhoods or homes where she is at directly. The concern would be as that fire has moved to the south and a little bit to the west, how close do you get to communities? And if I were to look at this here, if they were to not be able to stop that at the 5 freeway, they would then get towards the community where you have Castaic Elementary School and Castaic Middle School. But right now, they're working very, very hard to keep that to the east of the 5 freeway and not let that jump that freeway. Of course, the communities to the south are what we talked about, Tesoro, but that is to the south and the east where the fire is moving and blowing towards the west. So keeping an eye on these neighborhoods. I'm hoping it's not too much detailed information for those of you who don't know the area, who don't live in the area, but so many times people are always texting us and asking us and messaging us, what about my specific neighborhood? Hopefully that gave you a little bit of a picture as to where these flames are burning right now with those crews working so very hard and our reporters there feeling safe enough to be there on the scene.
And Haley, we're seeing that dozer with the headlights on. Obviously, visibility is a problem, but of course, we are closing in on the sunset, and that takes on a whole different feel when you're covering these fires.
Yeah, it definitely does. Yeah, the sun actually, I don't know if you can see it when Justin gets a chance to show you with, a couple hours away from sunset right now. But look at how ominous.
This is dangerous. Well, it's all dangerous, but this could really mess with your family. Like, look at that. Look at that. And then the homes up there.
Building these fire break lines as they expect this fire to, I wouldn't say slowly, but to come this way, crawl this way.
She's burning the crop.
Well, we hear the wind.
She's going to ruin herself. The reporter is coughing up a lung.
There, we can sense the distress there with Haley Winslow reporting, who's been doing all of our fire coverage.
Did you guys hear her?
Southern California, and you saw those dozers there at work. Great update there, Marla, on that RV park to see have heard those crews there on the ground, heard from them, seen them, and to know that we do not have any loss of structure there. is really wonderful news, as the fire is still burning to the south of that, which is where our crews are there now.
Yeah, especially noting how large that RV park is right near Magic Mountain. So great work to the inmate fire crew who came down here to help fight the Palisades and Eaton fires. And now they're here helping out on the Hughes fire. They're from the Bay Area, the Santa Cruz area. Let's get to Ashley Rodriguez. She is there covering the Hughes fire for us. And it looks like a similar situation to Haley in that you're not too far from flames.
Nope. Not at all. So I'm on Charlie Canyon Road right now. Lake Castaic is on the other side of the hillside that you cannot see because it's completely impeded by that thick, black, dark smoke. And you can see these flames. They just come down the hillside and they're getting closer and closer to us. I was just around the hill, over the hill, and that was where the community is, the Stone Gate community. Those are the ones that are under mandatory evacuation. So again, they have the lake and now a hillside between them and the flames. So they feel like they are okay for now. A lot of them soaking their homes, just watching the flames, making sure that they don't need to leave. But yes, they are under mandatory evacuation orders. And as you heard last time, they are ready to leave at a moment's notice. It is windy out here. It is nothing but dry brush, and it is just fueling these flames closer and closer to where we're standing. In fact, we were probably 100 feet closer to the flames just moments ago, but fire crews told us that we need to move. So they know that this is encroaching upon us. We've seen dozers out here. We have multiple helicopters dropping water that they've picked up from the lake, and they're trying to get this tamped down. But you can see for yourself, the flames are just billowing and they're being pushed by the wind. They're just eating through all of this dry brush right now and growing. And it's just this air quality out here so thick, so putrid, and there's a lot of sand. So it's sand, it's dirt, it's ash. And right now we are just watching them throw everything that they have at it. There's got to be hundreds of firefighters out here right now. And we're watching this grow. We'll keep you updated. We'll send it back to you in the studio for now.
One more time, let me get your location here because I'm watching.
Once again, we are less than 400 away from 72,000 subs. Take this moment to subscribe. Take this moment to subscribe. Hey, thanks for that. Being a member for 12 months. Thanks for sharing. Much love to all you do. Thank you. Subi Sue 73, is that the rate? 12 months. Wow, that's a lot. Once again, we are 400 hearts for you, by the way. We're 400, less than 400 away from 72,000 subs, folks. Less than 400 away. We could do that right now, folks. I'm telling you, I'm looking at the stats. I'm not lying.
Swirling, definitely not under control right now. We're going to keep you updated. Let me just move out of the way. You see that, Joe? The flames, you can see through the smoke there. They just got closer to us as I've been standing here. They are large. They are fast moving, and the smoke is just overwhelming. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Ashley Rodriguez, thanks. So she's reporting from the Charlie Canyon area. It's under mandatory evacuation. This is just south of the Hughes fire, some distance away, but she makes a great point. You just need those wind gusts to kick up, and a whole lot of damage can be done. So Skyfox up and over, you see our navigation technology that is pointing out the Charlie Canyon Road, Castaic area there where she is, right along the 5. The smaller picture there, a ridge of flames. We've seen a whole lot of that.
Ricardo, thank you.
We've been on the air since since the fire broke out just before 11 a.m. Already, it has exploded to more than 8,000 acres. It's almost to 8,100 acres at this point. We are awaiting our first press conference from both LA County Fire and CAL FIRE and Angeles National Forest. I believe everyone will be involved to give us the latest information. That's coming up at 5.
Thanks for the support. Charles, right? Is that the right pronunciation? Charles Jenkins, thanks for the support. Hearts for you in the comments. Thank you. If you want to support the channel, you could also send in a super sticker like Charles just did. All right, I pronounced it right. Thank you, man. Thank you. Welcome to the channel. Are you new here? If you're new, if you're a new subscriber, introduce yourself, please. Yeah, man, I'll try and thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Really dark columns of smoke, and thanks to the air attack, at least from this perspective, it looks like they've gotten a little bit of a handle. It's diminished quite a bit from what it was before. It's much more dramatic when we first arrived. Now, if you don't know where we are, College of the Canyons, this is in Santa Clarita. We're right adjacent to Magic Mountain, so a lot of people might recognize the Sky Tower. So that is what we are looking at.
But she makes a great point. You just need those wind gusts to kick up, and a whole lot of damage can be done. So Skyfox up and over, you see our navigation technology that is pointing out the Charlie Canyon Road, Castaic area there where she is, right along the 5. The smaller picture there, a ridge of flames. We've seen a whole lot of that. We've been on the air since since the fire broke out just before 11 a.m. Already, it has exploded to more than 8,000 acres. It's almost to 8,100 acres at this point. We are awaiting our first press conference from both L.A. County Fire and CAL FIRE and Angeles National Forest. I believe everyone will be involved to give us the latest information. That's coming up at 5, and that's at the College of the Canyons.
So her location is about where Haley Winslow was, which is just a little bit to the north of where Matthew Seedorf is. They have all dropped south from their initial locations as we continue to watch the fire move toward the south. Susan here is soon as standing by to bring us the update as we await that news conference at 5 p.m. Susan.
Corpus Christi.
Yeah, Christine and Marla, that news conference is scheduled for 5 o'clock. And you're right, you will hear from LA County Fire, LA Sheriffs, CAL FIRE, Angeles National Forest, and on and on. Now, from this perspective, I just want to let you know that it kind of looks better than when we first arrived, because when we first arrived, there were a lot of really dark columns of smoke. And thanks to the air attack, at least from this perspective, it looks like they've gotten a little bit of a handle. It's diminished quite a bit from what it was before. It's much more dramatic when we first arrived. Now, if you don't know where we are, College of the Canyons, this is in Santa Clarita. We're right adjacent to Magic Mountain, so a lot of people might recognize the Sky Tower. So that is what we are looking at from this vantage point. And then, as I said, we're seeing the air attacks. It's all fixed wings from our perspective. We watched as the Super Scooper went towards the east and then around to the north and then disappeared. And then, lo and behold, came out through a big black column of smoke, presumably successfully dropping phosphatic or water. So right now, it's just a matter of a few minutes before we get the authorities here to get the latest information about what is handled and what is going on with the Hughes fire. So I can just tell you, though, that as far as we're concerned, it's clear skies and no smoke, and that really dramatic show that we're watching. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Susan, we appreciate that very much. We're talking about the all hands on deck effort here. So let's talk about the agencies involved. CAL FIRE, Angeles National Forest, LA County Fire. LA City Fire is not a part of this firefight. I'm only bringing that up because the spokesperson who we had on quite a bit during our coverage for the Palisades and Eaton fires was Eric Scott, and he had to put it out on his social media and LA City Fire because he's got a lot of questions about the Hughes fire, saying LA City is not involved in this. It's an LA County fire effort. Let's go to Matthew Seedorf. We just saw you pop up on the screen. Latest conditions there.
Yeah, look at this. Another airdrop. I mean, they are just using an overwhelming air attack on this fire. Looks like another one's coming in right behind it right now. Really trying to stop it. I mean, this is something that we really didn't see at the beginning of the Palisades fire when I was out there, just comparing the amount of resources that are available today. Just the air attack is nonstop, really trying to stop the flames, especially from possibly crossing the 5. Then you can just see this line of firefighters. It looks like at least the truck near us is from LA County. I can't necessarily can't see exactly. It looks like they all look like LA County firefighters from my vantage point, but just the line of them watching, making sure that the flames don't push further southwest to the 5. I know it's going to be a little tough, but James, if you can swing it, you can see the 5 this direction. I know we've been talking about just how close that fire is to the freeway, and mostly emergency vehicles out there right now. But other than that, it is just quiet. There's no one on the 5, and we're talking about, again, 4:40 on a Wednesday evening. So just kind of remarkable, and it puts us all into perspective. But again, the active firefight taking place behind us right now. You can hear and you can feel the winds. We've been seeing gusts, I'd estimate 30 to 40 miles an hour. Right now, probably about 15, not quite as strong as what we were seeing earlier. But again, look at the flames. I mean, we've been seeing them kind of come over that ridge and down the hillside for the last 30 minutes, hour or so.
I'm still streaming.
And
had to log off for a bit.
Seems to be
My parents
slowing
stopped by to
it down
visit.
for the most part.
Yeah,
but
I'm
again,
still
it's
streaming.
still progressing and pushing further to the
folks,
southwest.
I'm fighting
I'll go
for
ahead and send it-
72,000 subscribers. Jalissa knows I've been here for a long time. Make sure you subscribe. About 300 more subs and we'll be at 72,000. 300 more subs, folks. Make sure to subscribe. Double check that you are.
Is for most drivers, except if you're an evacuee, they will allow you to use it. So you may see a civilian vehicle, if you will, every once in a while. Matthew, we're looking at your picture on the ground of those active flames from the air. I will say I like to breathe a little sigh of relief with Castaic Lake down below. And you're seeing just less of that massive plume and more see-through smoke, if you will. It's dissipated quite a bit. But again, this is just one area. We know that it is raging on. It is raging out of control. At this point, Matthew, the wind speeds, give us an idea, because we know they're expected to really kick up come 6 p.m.
Yeah, I'd say it's been fairly consistent for much of the afternoon anyway. I'd estimate gusts 30, 40 miles an hour with a consistent, 10 to 15 mile an hour wind. You might be able to hear it right now if I just pause for a second. Possibly you can hear that. But again, the flames, it seems like, and I don't want to be too optimistic as another helicopter comes in for a drop. Look how low they get.
Yeah, they're badass.
Wow. Right on top of the flames. I mean, that's a 10 out of 10 right there. And they're flying right out over us.
10 out of 10.
Very impressive. I mean, look at that. And another one comes in behind it.
We're waiting for a press conference, folks, to be starting.
You can just tell, how consistently they're coming in, helicopter after helicopter, putting these drops on these flames and trying to get the spread to slow down as it pushes to the southwest. And then they're just really overwhelming it with all of the air support and the firefighters on the ground. It's really just remarkable to see and to watch. I wouldn't even call it defense at this point. I'd call it firefighters on offense, trying to get this to slow down.
Yeah, we see the dozer up there on the ridge top, and that was back to back 10 out of 10s, I'd say, on those water drops. And it's interesting to see how low they do get. Another aircraft here. Looks like LA County Fire, if I'm not mistaken.
To where people live.
All right, Matthew, we're going to hop on the line with
where the hell is
the
Daisy
animal
too?
control manager for LA County Animal
mine,
Care, Public Information Officer Chris Valles. Did I get that right?
Yes, thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. So we see a whole lot of terrain being chewed up. We know at least 31,000 people are under evacuation. That's per officials who we talked to live on the air.
Time I hear that.
A lot of these people have animals. So what do you want them to know?
So first things first, if you have any time, if you are given an evacuation warning, please take that as a notice to leave. If you're ordered, please don't stay behind. If you do have to leave, make sure that you have an animal emergency kit, and this should include leashes, blankets, water, pet information such as microchip or any type of vet information, or any medication that the animal needs to have. Second, if you are impacted by the fire, we are accepting small animals at the Lancaster and Palmdale Animal Care Center, and any large animals at Pierce College Equestrian Center.
Yeah, that's in Woodland Hills. That often serves for the large animals. I just want to make sure our information is correct. We also heard Agora Animal Care Center. Is that true?
So Agora Animal Care Center, we were accepting animals, but they are at capacity at this moment.
Okay, good to know. Good to know. So at this point in time, for the small pets, it's Lancaster and
Palmdale.
Lancaster and Palmdale. You know, you, I'm sure, have, in all of our coverage in the last couple of weeks for Palisades and Eaton, a lot of our coverage has focused on the animals. So, you know, how has that been for you over the last 2 weeks? And are your shelters prepared for another influx like this?
That's a great question. Yes. So we're very well rehearsed when it comes to incidents like this. So we're always prepared, as we know that there is no fire season. It's year round, so we're always prepared.
You know, it kind of pisses me off when they say there's no fire season where, you know, it's year round, and then they defunded the fire department here in Los Angeles. Man, that doesn't even make sense.
We were prepared for, you know, the Eaton fire as well as the Palisades. We were just recovering, but yeah, no, we're able to handle the influx with the animals that are impacted by the Hughes fire.
We appreciate so much. This is Christine Devine joining you here with the coverage. I understand that we're all kind of a little extra prepared given these past 2 fires that we had, kind of all at the standby, the ready for however it affects our lives. So tell me, are you seeing or getting many phone calls about people planning to perhaps come to see you, or how does that work? Do they just show up?
Go here real quick.
Yes. So if, again, if they're impacted by the fire and they've been
put the sprinklers on, hose down one of the palm trees. But yeah, we were packing and we were getting ready to leave the whole time.
And Valerie, what's this like for you? Again, not knowing what you might go back to.
Becoming a member,
Yeah, it's just, I grew up in this house. Like
this,
I've only ever lived in Castaic, and I'm 18.
Gwendolyn.
So it's definitely really sad. I mean, all my friends live here too. I have friends who got evacuated as well. So we've been kind of checking in on each other.
Did all your neighbors decide to leave like you guys?
Yeah, we had like police officers, like they were like prepare to evacuate,
Gwendolyn,
and I left my class early when I saw other kids.
Holy cow. Thank you so much. Hearts for you, Gwendolyn. If you received a membership from Gwendolyn, make sure to thank her, and let's fill the comments with hearts for her supporting small independent content creator like us, Nerd Report. Thank you. And Shelly too has come in with the support. Thank you, Gwendolyn, Shelly, and everyone else. 5 gifted members. Let's see those emojis from Gwendolyn, plus 20 super chat from Shelly. Too many fires. Exactly. My breathing is going to be garbage, but at least I could pay for the medicine now with all the support you all are giving me. Thank you, Shelly. Thank you, Shelly. Everyone who supported today.
The rest of the night and
everyone
the foreseeable
watching.
future.
I mean, we have family and friends. We have family in Burbank that we'll go to tonight if we can't get back in. Yeah. Past that, I don't know.
It'd just be a helpless feeling looking up that hill.
Definitely. It is. It's scary not knowing, you know, it is.
You guys know anyone who decided to stay?
No, actually, yeah, all our neighbors next door, across the street, they were like, we were just like, are you guys good? Are you good? Okay, let's go. We all pretty much left around the same time.
Well, obviously, what's there can be replaced. I know it's such a hard day, but thanks for taking a couple. And is there anything else you want to communicate to people who are watching?
Yeah, just to stay alert, stay safe. Evacuating is important. Like, just be prepared for sure.
One last thing, how did you? I just can't imagine. How did you decide what to take? I mean, how did you prioritize that?
Well, like I said, just watching the news coverage this past week, and you'd see people say, oh, I wish I had grabbed this, or I wish I would have grabbed that, or I'm glad I grabbed this. And I just I had it in my mind, like a mental list of, you know, things I would grab if it happened. And today I just said, okay, this is happening. And I just went, got the stuff, made a pile, and yeah, I did it. Yeah.
Well, I wish you guys the best. Thanks for taking a couple minutes on a really hard day, and I'm just hoping and praying that everything is intact when you go back. But most of all, I'm glad you guys are safe.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, stay safe. And I just want to, if we can take a little walk over this way, guys, thank you. We can get a better view of the fire right along the 5. And if we pop out this way, I'm just going to guide Andrew over here, and you can see the smoke coming into view and some of the evacuees just watching. When we were coming here, we saw a line of probably 4 or 5 fire engines racing north on the 5, heading into what could be a very, very prolonged firefight as this night goes on.
This fire is going to last a long time.
Hey, Robert, since this was organized by students there, and you were just talking to one, you should also know that Castaic Union School District announced that all schools will be closed tomorrow. You may have already gotten that tidbit of information, but just in case you hadn't, we're just getting word that Castaic Union School District schools will be closed tomorrow. That's Thursday, January 23rd. Probably not a huge surprise given the enormity of the situation and the fire itself.
And I have to say, I mean, the uncertainty, I mean, just looking in the eyes of Terry and Valerie as they spoke, not knowing, you know, what they might go back to, but hoping and praying that that their home and their neighbors' homes are still intact. But with that smoke billowing, there's just no telling what could happen. And you heard Terry say that, you know, she looked out her window and she thought, what's the big deal? There's no real problem here. And how quickly this escalated within just a few minutes, from 100 acres to 500 to 3,000 and now 5,000 plus. And I hate to say this, but the winds are stiffening here, and hopefully that's not a harbinger of things to come. But from what Star has been telling us, and
we saw this since the beginning. And what's crazy is the reporter was saying that it could be contained. He actually said that. He was in the helicopter. If you were here from the beginning, who was here from the beginning? Has anyone been here from the beginning? 4 hours ago, we've been broadcasting. He said it's being detained, it's turning off, and it did look like that. And then here we are 4 hours later. 4 hours later, man. Chemo, what's up? You were here from the beginning. Thank you. Renee, about 3 hours and a half. Who just got here? Let me know.
Acres. There's kind of like a very uncomfortable, ominous silence right now, but we've obviously had LA County fire helicopters flying overhead. They were dropping water, of course, the dozers you can hear in the distance, and every time you kind of get a big, heavy piece of machinery come by, it's really sad to see all the wildlife kind of scatter. What's left of, you know, a bunny or the birds in the sky, just trying to get away from all of this fire. So we talked to some inmates earlier that were on the fire lines. You know, I've covered a lot of wildfires over 20 years, but I've never quite been in the situation we were in earlier, where we were completely surrounded by flames as these inmates were essentially trying to get the fire to go back to where it started. So they were igniting the dry brush and trying to kind of get the fire to run backwards where it came from. Pretty remarkable work there from Santa Cruz, and they did an amazing job and essentially saved the Castaic RV parks. We talked to them earlier about what they were doing and their remarkable job. Last 5 minutes or so, yeah, what they're trying to do is burn the fire back. They're lighting literally this brush on fire so that it doesn't hit the RV park and that it actually blows back the other way. So it's been pretty remarkable. Did you guys get everybody out? Yes, sir. Okay, so they got everybody out. There's it was unbelievable. So you can see them dropping the ignite fuel on the brush, and then it's just catching on fire, and they're hoping that it's going to blow back the other way, spread back the other way, and not keep going towards these these mobile homes, but pretty incredible work by these inmates from Santa Cruz, these heroes.
When you just asked them if they got everybody out, were you referring to the RV park itself?
No, I was referring to the inmates. So there were a couple dozen of them back there, and they kind of ran forward really fast before the flames got them. So I was just making sure all of them got out okay.
Got it. Okay. So
Look
this
on
is
the
their
screen,
assignment.
folks. Check this out. Look at this. Look at that. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, look at all the new members. Amazing. Thank you. Castaic Lake. People are asking where it's at. Castaic Lake. This is way bigger looking than the Palisade. Trump's coming on Friday. People are asking where Trump is. So. I'll be covering that, so subscribe. I mean, if there's coverage available. White smoke is good. Yeah, but it keeps going. There's a lot of white smoke.
Overnight for our low relative humidity. So you can see the flames really starting to pick up there on the hillside as this helicopter is making its way around towards us, and the winds out of the northeast, of course, blowing the fire towards the southwest. Let's see what they're going to do.
That's great, guys.
Here they go.
Here they go.
Let's watch them go straight towards it. And nice. Beautiful work. All right, see what a difference that made. All right, this is Haley Winslow reporting from the southern end of Castaic Lake. I'll send it back to you guys. Nicely done.
Yeah, such a welcome sight to see them fight that from the air. Haley, I got to think that as you reflect on interviewing that inmate crew as they went in and did the work they did, how wonderful it is that we have not seen a structure burn yet in this fire. And that's a wonderful thing. They've been really trying to keep that fire from entering into these communities. And that RV park was one of the first ones to have that fire line approach. So job well done. You got to witness it all.
Yeah, and they came from the Palisades fire, so this wasn't their first rodeo. They finally thought that they were heading home. You know, they're from Santa Cruz, and little did they know, they, I guess, got rerouted, and they went straight from fighting the Palisades fire,
So
you know,
there
with a
should
whole,
be a
not much of a break to
press
now coming
conference
here to Lake
coming out.
Hughes. But I did talk to, they were so nice. I dropped everything out of my pockets, was falling out as we were running with them, and one of the inmates found me, and he's like, here, this is all your stuff that was in the dry brush. But a couple of them said that they were thinking about doing a career change because they were so excited by what they had been able to do here and in the Palisades.
Yeah, really inspiring story. Many of them out there because there were dozens. We watched them arrive right outside that RV park and unload from those CAL FIRE trucks. All right, Haley, we're going to let you go because we're minutes away, less than, if it starts
Exactly.
on
What's
time
going
for
on in
that
our
5
state?
p.m. presser held at College of the
Okay,
Canyons
press conference
with LA
about to
County
start,
Fire,
folks.
Angeles National
Press
Forest, and
conference
CAL
about to
FIRE on
start.
hand to bring us up to date. It is set to start at 5 p.m. You see officials there gathering. You can see LA County Fire Chief Maroney and LA County Sheriff
Mic check.
Robert
Everybody's
Luna.
good?
They're doing
Mic check.
a mic
Here we
check
go.
right now.
Good afternoon.
Let's go ahead and
Welcome
listen in.
to the joint press conference for the Hughes fire. We're going to announce Chief Maroney He's going to start it off, and then he's going to subsequently, they're going to announce each other. We have Fire Chief Maroney, Sheriff Robert Luna, Chief Robert Garcia, Joe Tyler, and the Mayor of Santa Clarita, Bill Miranda. We'll start this press conference off with Fire Chief Anthony Maroney.
This guy's familiar from the LA Fire.
So good evening. On behalf of Board Chair and 5th District Supervisor Catherine Barger, we're holding a press conference to give important information to the community of Santa Clarita and the Castaic area. I am Anthony Maroney, Chief of the Los Angeles County Fire Department. The Hughes Fire is now estimated to be over 9,400 acres with 0% containment.
Out of control fire.
With no structures reported damaged or destroyed. We have over 4,000 firefighting personnel assigned to the incident, and we had a very robust ground and air response to the incident that you see behind me. The LA County Fire Department is in unified command with the Angeles National Forest, and we are getting assistance from our state partners at CAL FIRE. I wanted to give a weather update because the weather is what's predominantly driving this fire and its spread right now.
Oh, man.
The National Weather Service has extended the red flag warning through 10 a.m. on Friday for most of Los Angeles and Ventura counties.
It's all day tomorrow.
Light to moderate Santa Ana winds will continue tonight and into Thursday. The situation remains dynamic, and the fire remains a difficult fire to contain, although we are getting the upper hand. Good. I would now like to invite up Los Angeles County Sheriff Robert Luna to give an update on evacuations and the closure of the I-5. Thank you.
I'm not sure. I could be wrong. It's LA County.
Good evening to everybody, and thank you, Chief Maroney. So for us, obviously in unified command with our partners at the fire department from the very beginning of this fire incident. And right now, the numbers that I have is that we have approximately 31,000 people who are affected by our evacuation orders. Another 23,000 that are impacted by evacuation warnings. Along with the work that our deputies have been doing, and you've seen them going from neighborhood to neighborhood, making sure that we are protecting the neighborhoods to make sure nobody gets hurt, traffic ingress and egress. And also, unfortunately, when we talk about fires, our staff knows that immediately they start what we call looter suppression, just to make sure that no one's coming into the area to take advantage when people are evacuating their homes. So I want to make sure people know that if you leave your homes, there will be additional deputies working out there in the neighborhoods to make sure your homes are safe. In regards to staffing, we are staffing up. You hear sirens in the distance. They're not only fire apparatus, but you see deputies coming in from different parts of the county. You see our incident management team over my left shoulder setting up with the big trailers that will assume responsibility for this incident from the Sheriff's Department perspective. And again, in unified command with all of our partners. We have what I estimate well over 400 personnel total regarding this incident and managing other incidences around the county of Los Angeles. I do want to bring your attention to the fact that during this incident, one of the areas that initially was an evacuation warning.
I'll pause this real quick. Let's just say I know this area. Looters are not going to do well there, though. Let's just say that there's a lot of Trump flags in this area. The looters are not going to do well. They're not gonna want to go into people's homes. Let's just say that.
That did turn into an evacuation order was our Pitches Detention Center, which is not too far from here. The Pitches Detention Center has actually 3 different facilities. One of the facilities was evacuated. In discussing this with our partners from the fire department who are experts in this area, they recommended and we agreed that the one facility, PD Self, would be evacuated. That had approximately 476 inmates. We moved those inmates to another facility on the campus. The other two campuses are structured much better than the one that we evacuated from. But total on the entire campus, we have approximately 4,500 inmates, a little over that. We do have a plan in place in case the fire conditions, our fire partners would advise if it gets worse, whether it's wind, whatever that may be, a plan in place to evacuate the rest of the inmates on the entire facility if we absolutely had to. Other than that, it's a newer incident and it's evolving. It's going to change. We're ready for just about anything, which, by the way, includes being prepared for any other incident that would break, God forbid, anywhere in the county of Los Angeles. I do want to report that the 5 freeway has been closed, but I'm told that after this press conference, for a variety of reasons, we will reopen the freeway. So that people can go back and forth. Again, I do want to reiterate that if you do not live in this area and you're following the smoke, you want to go see what the firefighters are doing, turn on the television set. Do not drive into these areas. You are impacting the ingress and egress of emergency vehicles. We don't need more traffic. We want less traffic. We don't want you walking around in the impacted areas to impact the community members who live here. And with that, I'm going to introduce Chief Robert Garcia from the U.S. Forest Service.
Good evening. Just want to first say thank you to Sheriff Luna and Fire Chief Maroney and Director Joe Tyler for the partnership. This incident started out in the early part of the day, as Chief Maroney indicated, and this is in a mutual threat zone. So Los Angeles County Fire Department and the Angeles National Forest entered into unified command right away. And I also want to say how extremely proud I am of the way our responders moved into this area and established command and really established some incident objectives working together. The conditions that we're under aren't as severe as what we've been facing over the last week or two.
No, but that fire.
But what you saw today is indicative of the conditions that we're in terms of the vegetation. So although we're not under particularly dangerous situation in terms of the wind, our wildland fire condition is critical. Absent wind, the fire is going to move through the vegetation like you saw today with the slope and chasing fuel. Very dangerous conditions as to what led to the U.S. Forest Service closing all of the Angeles National Forest, and this is exactly an example why. The other thing I want to offer in terms of resources, I hope that all the citizens here in the area are proud of the pre-positioning and the robust response. This area always sees a robust response in the mutual threat zone, but our incidents between the Eaton, the Palisades, our local mobilization centers, our pre-position resources put us in a position for multiple waves of surge resources, both engine crews on the ground, hand crews, bulldozers, and aircraft. And so the response you see is a result of the local cooperation and the local pre-planning in the geographic area, not only within the LA area, but also with our partners in the state of California to ensure that we are prepared for what we're now facing. With that, I'm going to turn over the mic to the director of CAL FIRE from Sacramento, Director Joe Tyler.
Folks, we're 50 away from a small subscriber goal, so make sure to subscribe right now. 50 away. 50 away. Folks, double check that you're subscribed.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Joe Tyler. I'm the Director and Fire Chief of CAL FIRE. Normally, my office is located in Sacramento, but I have found the need over the last 2 weeks to spend my time here in the greater Los Angeles area. We have been impacted significantly over the last 2 weeks, as we all know, related to the Palisades fire, the Eaton fire, the Hearst fire, the Lydia fire. And as we continue through these weather conditions, we recognize that it's not over yet. We recognize that we still have a couple of days to go. So the state of California brings its full force of the women and men of CAL FIRE supporting the Los Angeles County Fire Department, our local fire agencies, the Angeles National Forest and the Forest Service abroad, as well as our law enforcement partners who are doing so much to respond to all of these emergencies together. Cal OES has utilized funds to bring together pre-positioned resources across Southern California, and the California National Guard has located aircraft, both rotor wing helicopters and fixed wings, mobile or modular MAFS units to be able to supplement the air tankers that we have here available locally. This fire had a robust response today. And as you can see behind us, the responders are doing great work to try to contain this fire. Certainly, we are not out of the woods yet. It is important to take heed and caution and follow the directions of local law enforcement and your first responders as they are asking you to evacuate the area. Doing that will allow our fire resources to be able to conduct perimeter control and extinguish the flaming front of this fire. Many times we find ourselves trying to rescue evacuees. But today, the community heeded that lesson and many evacuated the area, allowing them to fight the fire. We will continue to be here to support, not only now, but as we move into the next phase with the potential of rains coming forward and trying to mitigate the landscape to avoid debris flows and flooding. We will be here for you.
Oh boy.
I want to take the opportunity now to invite the mayor of Santa Clarita.
Okay,
Bill
so
Miranda,
this is the mayor
to
of
the podium.
Santa Clarita. Let's see the difference between her or him and Mayor Bass, okay?
Thank you very much. I'm City of Santa Clarita Mayor Bill Miranda. We just cannot say enough about the work our first responders have done over the past couple of weeks and the work that they are currently doing just north of the city. In the wake of the devastation that tore through Los Angeles, claiming homes and lives, understandably, everyone is on heightened alert and all too aware of the damage these fires can cause. I want to reemphasize the importance of listening to our first responders and paying attention to the emergency alerts. If your area is under evacuation warning or order, please, if it's a warning, prepared to evacuate. If it's an order, evacuate now. Don't wait 10 minutes and see what's going to happen. Nothing's going to happen. Nothing's going to change in 10 minutes. We want you to evacuate now. Do not hesitate. Do not stay. Grab the necessary items and leave as quickly as you can. And when we mention grab the necessary items, we're talking about critical papers or critical medicine that you may need. We're not talking about packing a suitcase. We're talking about packing a backpack and having it ready. We can imagine the stress and extreme conditions our first responders have been under during this unprecedented time. Do your part to help them. And the best way you can do that is to evacuate. Our city is unified. Our city is in unified command with the Los Angeles County Fire Department.
Okay, check it out. This is Mayor Bill Miranda, okay? He's an Air Force veteran, local business owner, motivational speaker, former CEO of Santa Clarita Valley Latino Chamber of Commerce. Now listen, do you see the difference between him and Mayor Bass? Do you see the difference? Do you see the difference?
And the Sheriff's Department. We're working together to ensure that our residents are safe and minimize potential damage to homes and businesses. All city recreation and community services have been canceled.
I'm going to find that out right now, but honestly, if he does his job well, I don't give a shit. But I don't even care that he's Hispanic. That's just like a a bonus for me. I want qualified. And if he's Latino like me, then I'm like, man, that's kind of cool. But merit first for me. That's just the way I am. And guess what? There's a lot of Hispanic people that have the merit to do it. And there's other races. So
for the rest of the day. Our Santa Clarita transit buses are running behind schedule because of the traffic due to the evacuations. I encourage all of you, if you are safe, not in an evacuation zone, please stay home and off our city streets. We need our streets open for evacuees to safely leave and for first responders to get in. Please do your part to help these fighting the Hughes fire. I want to end with our heartfelt thanks to the firefighters, the Sheriff's Department, deputies, and other first responders. Your efforts have been nothing but heroic. From the city of Santa Clarita, we say thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Now we're going to do question and answer with the media. And after we are finished with this, we will have breakout sessions and we will provide Spanish interviews as well. First question.
Thank you. What's the plan for the night and into the morning?
Chief Marnie? Sure.
So we've already developed the day and the night plan with our unified partners. We are going to be on scene all night long, gaining more perimeter control, making sure that we can put out the hot spots, and then have enough resources in staging that if we do have a flare-up, we can move those resources to the fire line. So we already have a plan for tonight, and we're making orders for tomorrow.
Can you talk more about those plans for the night, like specifics?
Regarding number of resources or job assignments,
Yes.
we're going to keep the 4,000 firefighters assigned to the incident. We're going to increase our perimeter control, and we're going to extinguish those hot spots. So those would be the tasks. Yeah.
If you could describe the decision-making to first close the I-5 and now reopen, what changed that allowed you to reopen that particular byway?
So working with our partners at the California Highway Patrol, we needed to have better ingress and egress for emergency vehicles coming through the 5 freeway corridor. I believe that we've gotten a lot of the equipment that we need here for the rest of the evening. Obviously, that could change, that could be modified. So we want to give the 5 back to our community so they can get through here as safely and as efficiently as they possibly can.
And is there anything on the way of Interstate 5 that puts those drivers at risk at all, or are you concerned at all about what the traffic will look like?
Always concerned about hazards coming in and out, north and south. As far as I know now, we don't see any hazards, but the winds are what they are. I'm not a fire expert, but we listen to our fire experts. And if the wind shift, fire behavior does whatever it does. And if at any time we believe that our community may be in peril because of that wind or fire behavior.
By the way, I can't find, people are asking the questions. He seems like a good mayor. I don't care what party he's in. But if he's a Republican or Democrat or independent or whatever, I can't find that information. His name is Bill Miranda. So if you guys want to do your own investigating and let me know, let me know. I'm curious just to see.
Behavior, we'll close it again. I say we'll close it again. It's our partners at the California Highway Patrol who usually do that, and they do an excellent job at that.
Amanda Starantino, KCAL. Chief Maroney, I have 2 questions. A lot of people are on edge after the last couple of weeks and what we've seen happen in Altadena and the Palisades. How does this fire here, the Hughes fire, compare to what we've seen the last couple of weeks?
Well, I think that we've all been on edge over the last 16 days. And we've had numerous fires start throughout Los Angeles County. The response to this fire between the Angeles National Forest and the LA County resources, in addition to the state resources that were pre-deployed, we had 2 strike teams in the Santa Clarita area. We were able to amass a lot of fire resources early on to change what this fire looks like. Just 3 or 4 hours ago, the smoke was laying across the 5 freeway. That's what necessitated its shutdown, because there could have been accidents, but also the ability to fight the fire from the air.
Right. Who cares?
The winds were strong, but they were not those 70, 80, 90 mile an hour winds that we experienced on Tuesday the 7th. We had a very robust, like Director Tyler spoke, a robust helicopter and fixed wing retardant response to this incident. We were able to put in tens of thousands of gallons of retardant on the south side of the fire because the fire was moving to the southwest. It was really the aircraft, in addition to all of those ground resources, which allowed us to get the upper hand. Because had you been here a few hours ago, the situation looked much different, and it certainly looked much more threatening.
And Chief Maroney, what are the biggest challenges heading into the night?
Well, into the night, it's going to be making sure that we can rest our crews that have been out there since 10:42 this morning, making sure we can feed them. Firefighting is dirty and dangerous work, but we got to rotate our crews through so we can have, a lot of production and efficiency throughout the night. We're going to take advantage of the lower temperatures and hopefully the reduced wind speeds and the higher humidities to try to get an upper hand.
Okay, thank you. And Sheriff Luna, this is for you. With the 5 reopening, will there still be no access to those neighborhoods now that people will be driving up and down those roads? So getting off at Parker, Lake Hughes, Hasley, all those evacuation order areas, just because the 5's open, is that still going to be blocked off?
Is intense.
We're assessing that now to make sure, but we'll have a lot of presence. If you are coming into the area, be ready to be challenged, meaning in a polite way. To find out if you actually live here. Be ready to show identification because we want to make sure that we're limiting the people who are coming in and out, and it's people who actually belong here.
I guess this question might be for you, Sheriff, since you guys handle evacuations. I'm Craig with KNX News. When it comes to the idea of evacuation, some people are stubborn. They don't want to go. Have you seen a change in attitude with this fire and now because of the terrible devastation, the death toll, and the fact people are panicked because of the Eaton fire and the Palisades fire?
I haven't received that assessment yet, but I will in the next couple of hours to see how we did on this one. Our deputy sheriffs do amazing work. And yes, whether it was the Palisades fire in Malibu Lost Hills for us, and the Eaton fire in Altadena, our deputies' jobs are very difficult. There are times where people challenge them. They get evacuation orders, and they refuse to leave. They think that they're going to be okay. I know.
The mayor, hey, when you guys said is he Republican, Democrat, it doesn't matter. And it doesn't matter to him either. He's nonpartisan. No political affiliation. That's what that means, right? Perfect. That's what I said. There shouldn't be parties. People should run on ideas. Perfect.
I told the story earlier of a situation in the Altadena area where we were advising, directing people to evacuate, and they refused to, and the deputy felt that...
But in California, if you're nonpartisan, that means you're Republican. He can't say it because then he wouldn't get voted in. Just so you know. That's code word for I'm a Republican, but if I say I'm a Republican, they won't vote for me, even though I'm good. I'm just saying.
They were in such danger that he actually threatened them with arrest. There was an argument between a wife and a husband. Wife saying, hey, we should listen. They listened, they left, and they are now crediting the deputy sheriff for saving their life because that house and neighborhood completely burned down. Those are the challenges that we face, but you've heard it here over and over. And really the message is simple. If there's an evacuation order, please leave. Do not put your life at risk. Do not put the life of first responders at risk. It's not worth it. And I'm even pushing it that if you're in an evacuation warning, you should also leave. Gather your most important items, medicines, important paperwork, pets, chargers for your phone, and get out of the area. Don't sit there and argue. It is not worth it.
Camilla Rambaldi with NBC4. My question is for Fire Chief Maroney. You talked about some of the wind conditions and the plan going into the evening hours and tomorrow. At this point, are there any additional concerns that you have in battling this fire?
No additional concerns. You know, the situation that we're in today is much different than the situation we were in 16 days ago. We have so many resources from Northern California, from the Western United States, international resources, aircraft resources, the number of helicopters and fixed wing retardant tankers that are available to us really allow us to attack a fire like this and have it laid down right as we reach nightfall. It was a monumental work from the firefighters that were on scene, our law enforcement, our sheriff's deputies, the CHP. They did great work today, and it was a good example of what we can do when we have enough people and when we have enough aircraft.
Wow.
David Gonzalez with ABC7. Chief Maroney, and open this up to Garcia and Tyler as well. Just, you mentioned the importance of giving your fire crews a break. It's been 2 very tough weeks for your fire crews. How's the morale of your firefighters? It seems that this fire popped up and the first thing people thought of is, here we go again. How are your fire crews doing? And just how do you tackle this to keep them motivated?
Yeah, their morale is excellent. And firefighters and sheriff's deputies, they never give up. And they're ready to keep doing it until the weather changes. We do have rain that's predicted for this weekend. It was light to moderate. I think it's being bumped up to moderate. It's hard to believe that we might have rain Saturday, Sunday, and Monday when we have fire weather on Wednesday. The firefighters have all banded together along with their law enforcement brothers and sisters, and they're out there. They've been on the line since January 7th, that Tuesday. Many of my LA County firefighters worked 9 days in a row before their first day off. That's 9 24-hour shifts in a row. They left their families. They missed important engagements. They missed birthdays to protect the residents of LA County. And that's what LA County firefighters do. And they're just like the other firefighters that Chief Garcia represents, or that Director Joe Tyler represents, or the deputies and the law enforcement officers that Sheriff Luna represents. They're tireless, they're driven, and they've done an amazing job over the last 16 days. So proud of them and the work that they've done.
How long will we have access to those teams that for this community and the city worried that people have just started fires?
Yeah, no, all of the additional resources that came into LA County have certainly assisted us. I don't have a timeline on when they're going to demob and go back to their states or to their countries, or when the aircraft are going to return to their home bases. But for now, the Weather Service did extend the red flag that we're under today all the way till Friday at 10 a.m. So I can't imagine that we're going to have any reductions in personnel. The teams that the National Incident Management Team from the Federal Forest Service brought down to help us manage the Eaton fire, and the 2 or 3 teams that Director Tyler brought down from CAL FIRE, those incident management teams, they're still in the area. They're not going home because the threat hasn't been completely abated. It's really going to be weather driven. And the climate is certainly changing because it's January, and we've had numerous fires over the last 2-week period.
Hi, Jade Abishan, KHTS Radio. Will Hart High School remain the evacuation center? We know it's already changed once, so there is some concern about that.
If it's okay with you, let me follow up with you just to make sure. I know we use that immediately. We'll confer with our city partners and see if that's working with very valuable input from our community, and then we'll see where we go from there. We'll let you know right away, though.
Okay, that concludes the question and answer portion of this press conference. We will break out. There's PIOs from Los Angeles County, Angeles National will be around to answer your questions. Thank you all for coming.
Mayor Bass is probably like, oh man, thank God for this. It keeps the attention away from me. Right? Folks, we need 30 more subs to get to be at 71,700. To get to 71,700, we need 29 more subs. Can we do that right now, please? I'm looking at the stats. There's way more than 29 people that are not subbed. Let's do a subathon right now here on Nerd Report. That's right. 25 more. We need 25 more subs to hit 71,700. Can we do that right now, folks? Double check. Support small content creators. Let's get 5 of you in here. 5 more subs. Introduce yourself in the comments. What do you think of that press conference compared to LA, folks? Check this out too. Oh, it's not. We're not doing that. We're not doing a. Is that now? Oh no. What? Let's check this out via Cinema Shogun. Wow, he's got some crazy fire footage, man. Check this out. Cinema Shogun posted this.
Oh, that's horrible.
Look at that. That's from today. That's now.
Go to get my snow and the chickens.
Look at that.
Oh, and I hope Chelada. Oh no, the seafood restaurant. Oh, enchilada. And Wiley's. Ah! Oh.
Dude, this is close to Big Rock.
Oh!
This is not a huge fire, actually.
Oh.
Wait, dude, this is super close to Big Rock. Right here.
And Wiley's. Chelada. Oh, please. Ah.
That's heartbreaking.
Oh, that's horrible. Oh, that's horrible. Oh, that's
Scary too.
Snow and the chickens. Oh, and I hope Chelada. Oh no, the seafood restaurant. Oh, enchilada. And Wiley's. Ah!
Dude, this is close to Big Rock.
Oh! This is. Oh, dude.
That's horrible.
Oh.
Wait, dude, this is super close to Big Rock. Right here.
And Wiley's. Chelada. Oh, please. Ah.
Bad, right?
That's heartbreaking.
It's heartbreaking. It's awful. It's scary too. Here they are. Thanks for all the hearts, folks. We're 20 subs away from 71,700 subs. We need it. 20 subs, man. You can do that right now, folks. Double check. Hey, your subs. Subathon. Nerd Report Subathon. Let's do it. SW, thank you. I've been on for 5 hours and a half. 5.5 hours, folks. You believe that? Thanks for everyone that supported. Thanks for everyone who has supported. I think firefighters are going to win this one quickly. But then there's going to be mud when it starts to rain. It's going to make things worse. Not worse with fire-wise, but it's going to ruin people's homes. Here, it's nighttime already because they did that stupid daylight savings time, man. Look how it looks now.
Hey, this thing can change so quickly. The winds can kick up, and that can change in an instant.
Oh, for sure. Like, just seeing the devastation and aftermath of the Palestine fire, I'm really praying that, like, no homes or structures, even the school, like, right up
Palisade, not Palestine.
my house, I'm praying that's not, like, destroyed or anything. I just really hope, like, only it's a brush fire and not, like, a major fire, especially, like, people's homes and lives.
Well, Maya and Michaela, I really appreciate you joining us. Best to you guys and to your parents, and I hope everything stays safe. I hope all your friends are safe, and good luck tonight going forward.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. So a couple things before I throw it back to you. I want to just, again, point out if we can push into that orange glow just in the distance.
18 more
and
subs
at this
to reach
point, we heard the
71,000.
emergency personnel say that I-5 is going to
700.
reopen. We haven't seen that happen at this point. Northbound, it has been closed since we have been here. It remains closed. At this point, we'll see when it does reopen. But
fenced up the bottom of
as
the
we
hill,
stay in
or
touch
I don't
if we
know,
can,
man.
Andrew,
That's
on
a
that.
great question.
On those flames, as night falls here in Castaic, those orange flames get more and more pronounced, and that 9,400 acres that have burned, that number could climb pretty rapidly. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, Robert, it is a whole different picture when you look at it at night. That update,
Yeah, I
though,
told
from
you, at
the
night it
news
looks worse.
conference is some welcome news with that 5 freeway reopening. I wanted to ask you, though, when we first took you at Hart High School, one of the evacuation centers, you had no need that you felt for your mask. Now I see you wearing your mask in all these live shots. Talk about the air or the conditions, and I know you've been covering all of these fires for us.
I was not making money. There was no question when we pulled up here to the Ralph's parking lot, and I want to let's just stay on that shot because it's getting more and more vivid here. But
Look at that shot.
Yeah, we certainly need our masks up here. There are particles flying in the air. The smell is quite acrid. We were a lot further away at Hart High School than we are here. We're much closer to the fire. We're basically right underneath the smoke. So we didn't want to take any chances. It's as much the smell, and there's also these small particles that occasionally land in your eyes. I was talking to some of our colleagues about that yesterday. It's kind of a hazard that you don't really think about, but with these particulates flying in the air, they can land in your eye at any point. So yes, it is certainly prudent to be wearing masks if you're anywhere this close to the fire. One other note too: the 5 is still closed, although we're monitoring that for when it reopens. I see every so often I see a car or two coming southbound, but it looks like the northbound lanes are still closed.
Yeah, I mean, Robert Luna made the point, said soon after the press conference was to end, they were going to reopen the 5. So I'm sure it takes a little bit of finagling and coordination to officially and efficiently do that. All right, Robert Moses reporting for us from Ralph's parking lot in Castaic. Let's get to Ashley Rodriguez now. She is talking to some neighbors who are sort of in between evacuation warning.
All right, folks, I gotta take a break, but I'll give you a minute. If you guys have any questions or anything, any input, let me know in the comments. We're at 15 away from the goal of subscribers. If you guys have any input, let me know. I want to thank everyone who subscribed today. Even people over there subscribing to Rumble. I may come back again tonight, so keep your toes. Keep on your toes. Get some food. Yeah, I can't go there now, but I mean, I can go tomorrow if you guys want. I mean, I need dinner. Yeah. Did like a almost 6 hour stream. Let's get the likes up before I go, folks. Let's get the likes up. If you could do that, help out the channel. Tirana, thank you. Jalissa, thank you. Thanks, Lewis. Don't go. I'm not gonna go. I just have to eat and recharge my phone. You know me. I'll probably be back on. Thank you, Judy. We want to get to 100K, man. I've been at this for 15 years with this channel. I've seen people start a channel and a week later get 100K. I'm still behind. I need you all. That's why I keep asking to subscribe. Sorry to be annoying, but I'm done being the last person to get 100K. I'm working my ass off here. Oh, I meant don't go to the fires. Shelly, I may come back. Back on. You better be ready. I need 12 more and we'll get to 71,700 subs. 12 more subs, folks. I'm seeing the countdown. 12 more subs. Let's get 5 more subs in here. Thank you, Phil. Top right-hand corner, the subscribe button. Touch it. Touch it right now. 11 more subs. Woo! Touch it. 10 more subs. Need 10 more subs, folks. Yeah, I don't know where Daisy is. I'll text her. I have her personal number. I'll text her and make sure she's okay. So, trying to see if I get the 10 more subs. 8 more subs we need. Don't forget, we're going to have a birthday stream for Grayson Report. I think it's going to be on Monday. Birthday stream for Grayson Report, Monday. That's right. I see like 50 people that are not subbed right now watching. We're like 7 away. 7 away. Seven away. It won't move. You guys won't sub. There's 50 people watching that are not subs. That are not subscribed. You could reach the goal right now. Touch the sub right up there on the right-hand corner. I dare you. Yeah, the fire is in California. What country, city, or state are you all watching from now? Let me know in the comments. 6 more subs and we reach 71,700. 5 more subs. Sub right now, folks. 5 more subs. 4 more subs. 4 more subs to reach 71,700. Double check that you're subscribed. If you're subscribed. 3 more subs. 3 more subs, folks. 3 more subs. 2 more subs. I'm not kidding you. 2 more subscribers and we reach 71,700. 1 more, like literal 1 more sub. I need 1 more sub, folks. One more subs. Double check that you are subscribed. Subscribe-a-thon right now. Sub sandwich. One more sub. Where are you? 1 more sub. We're 300 away from 72,000, folks. 1 more sub we need to be 300 away. Let me double check. Nope. One more sub, folks. Come on, we could do it. All right, I'm going to refresh right now. And we did it. 71,702. 71,702. Please introduce yourself in the comments. New subscribers. We did it, Shelly. Introduce yourself if you subbed. 300 away from 72,000. New subscribers, introduce yourself in the comments, please. All right, I'm going to take a break. We will see you later. Nerd out.